I'll show the landing page from yesterday that we got. We kind of had some good progress at the end where we could like zoom in and it's like really smooth. So I like this. We're going to be spending a long time on this today because this is kind of fun. You guys can't really see this text here. Hey, Alex, how's it going? You guys can't really see this text here too well, but on my screen I can. Yesterday afternoon, or I guess it was after the stream a little bit, I worked on a cool thing because we have some limitations as far as what we can do with our research tab. For example, like if you look at Perplexity and you look at Gemini, they can make all sorts of charts, you know, based on any data set. This is a nice thing. We are limited to our data sets. In order to allow arbitrary data sets, we have to allow LLM code execution on our servers, right? So this is not good. However, what I was working on is, so how do Perplexity, Gemini, all these platforms, how do they do it? So they can actually execute LLM code. They sandbox it in a certain environment. So I've been playing around with that. It's definitely something, this is, so it's another service. If you sandbox it in a VM where it has no access to anything, no environment variables, nothing. It runs it and then it sends the data back. So serialize, deserialize, send. There's no interaction whatsoever. So I've been playing around with it. It's probably not going to be in the initial version, but the end goal of that is that we can also support arbitrary data sets for the user. So I think that is cool, especially because someone the other day joined and they're like potentially interested in having their own data sets put into here. And it's like a seat-based system. I wanted to try to support this idea. So I ran a little experiment. It's connected. However, that's just through the tests. So I didn't finish last night. So I might play around with that at the end of today as well. But for now, we're going to do the landing page. I'll fix that camera a little bit. There you go. This text might be a little bit too gray, especially when I looked on the stream yesterday. For some reason, you guys can barely see it. Let me put this on this monitor. Yeah, okay. It's a little too, but with that said, there's a number of things we need to do. So under this, we need to design some sort of component. I want all of it to be very interactive, so no images. So you go over, you can click around and do some stuff, and then you just keep zooming. You go to the next thing. I noticed one of our cards is missing. One moment. Okay, I just gotta set it. One moment. Cool. Very nice. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna start with designing our, I'm gonna give you a little drawing of what we're trying to do. So yesterday, we used this a little bit for designing, but I'm not gonna try to generate anything with it. It's just a little ideation thing. Maybe not the dot dot dot. Looks cleaner. So what do we want here? We want the most compelling parts of the brief, which are probably the charts. Yeah, we wanted to fix the dark mode of the charts. Let me see if it's stored that in the database for today. Because as you can see, these are light mode charts. So it stores 2 versions of the image. The reason why we care about this is because if we're trying to make this for the landing page, we have to have the right colors, because it won't look good with this color scheme. And you might ask, why are we focusing on the landing page? It's because I want the landing page to be good for the waitlist, because I want people to be excited to try it. And the landing page is an important component of that. So it kind of matters. Anyways. Someone joined yesterday, they're like, why do you always focus on UI? It's like, well, design, if it looks bad, no one's going to use it probably. Hey, Tech with Jack. Yeah, welcome. Feel free to, if you're interested, I worked a lot on the we're trying to build a little Discord for builders and stuff. We're kind of adding a lot of features. Like you can like put in your roles and stuff, like what you're interested in. And then people can gather feedback based on their projects. Because sometimes like my experience has been very helpful when people join and they point out things that I think look okay. And it's just because I was staring at it for a while. So we could try to reproduce that experience a little bit. For people on the Discord too. Post their screenshots or something. I can't wait till this is completely hooked up because it's just going to be me scrolling like crazy. All right, let me get the, I'm looking at the database right now to validate something. Validating the dark mode of the charts. Oh yeah, perfect. We have the dark mode charts, however, I'm looking at them right now. They don't look super great. So I'm going to send an image. It's faster. Okay. So here's the situation. We made some dark mode charts. However, this is not good. Take a look at the TS config. You need to abide by the Onyx theme. Tailwind config. However, I'm not sure, did we put this orange from the Fred Data Explorer, did we put that in the config? Boom. This is the light mode. It blind you. I'm gonna click through real quick, make sure we haven't broken any light mode things. I'm gonna put in a poll. I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm curious what you guys think. I'll probably have it a long-running poll. Let me pull it up here. I'm just gonna add a few options here. Hold on, let me, that's fine. You guys know what I'm saying. Cool, so we added, what have you done? We do not want to do that, so I'm going to undo that. You have a lot of things here, check. Okay, just had to commit some stuff on our sandbox. So I just double checked everything's good there. Hey Divi, how's it going? Yeah, so do not update anything. I was just talking about the Tailwind config. Can you validate that we have the orange color that we're using there? Look at the charts. It's so the page I linked here, this data, that's just the top level. It's a component. Okay, this is continuing to add lots of data. Every time I sit down, it's just running for like 8 hours. It's going to take a lot of time to get all this. I think, so we'll just start this one. I guess let's do the next 500. Well, before we do that, let's create a little demo page for our 500. Hey, buddy. Question is, should it be this page or just make another one similar to it? I think we'll try maybe ideating a little bit today what that would look like. So we're considering adding a lot of financial data. So income statements, cash flow statements, balance sheets for many different companies. We're kind of thinking this UI is a nice way to explore these data sets. However, the main question is what would be the folder structure? Like you could make the companies the top level, but you're limited. You can only show so many. Kind of interested, what do you think we could do for this? Give me some options, like 3 to 4. And then after that, we'll make a document. Hey, Hadi, how's it going? Not defined, good. Yeah, definitely add that. Nice. Okay. All right, that makes sense. So now go ahead and look at this image. Pull up the, I think I closed a database. There it is. This chart, unfortunately, does not match our styles. Before you continue, can you understand why? So tell me what your understanding of this chart image. So before we send this, we're going to figure out this situation. That's kind of interesting. How do we actually communicate to the user that there are more options than what's in the folders? Like, for example, right, we obviously are limited by the amount we can show in the folder structure. We can probably maybe show a couple thousand. I'm actually not even sure exactly. We should think about how much we could show, but how would we make that experience clear? Hey guys, this is the landing page that we're working on. This is going to be the new redesign. The idea behind this is that it's going to be very interactive. So you can go through, you can click through. These are the landing pages I like. So I'm going to make one, and it's going to go from point to point, and it's going to tell a story, right? This is a stock chart, right? And it's like, boom. It's going to be an interactive component, but there's a few things we have to do first. We have to fix our charts in dark mode, because we need to use that for this interactive component here. And then I'll go to the next one, the next one. This will probably be a big component of our day, is making this look good and tuning in everything. And it'll be a lot of fun, I think. The iceberg problem. What is this? Hey Tom, welcome back. All right, what is the iceberg problem? It's good to learn a little bit. Design matters a lot. It's even the most important thing expected from marketing. The design is what brings users in first place. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's like when I see a good landing page, like yesterday, right? When we saw the hog one, post hog. It's like, I look at this and I'm like, this is going to be a cool, because it shows they really cared. They spent a lot of time, even little Easter eggs. You click around, it's funny. Like, this is not someone who's going to make a really shitty product, unless maybe they just like design and they just don't care about the product, but that's probably unlikely anyways. So that's why I think it's important. Like, if someone uses this landing page and it's like super sleek and it has a bunch of like nicely thought out things, and the product itself, like the design, it'll not sell it completely, but it'll definitely get them to try it, I think, if they like it too, the design. They might not like it, but... So I would say it's probably at least 50%, but maybe even a little higher. Oh, I see. So it's not an official thing. It just called it an iceberg problem. I was just curious what other people thought for the design stuff. Yeah. I think what you said makes sense. The only thing is, do you think we should make a separate page from the government data, but styled the same? Or should we just put it all there? I think it's always a little weird to have like 2 pages that are just the same styles completely. So I'm thinking it could make sense to have them in the same section, but what do you think? I don't think we should use any light colors except for the text. Do you agree? Sometimes it says the opposite of what I said. Okay, so here's our color scheme. Text labels light, grid lines very subtle. I'm not sure we need grid lines. Why do you think we need this? Did the opposite again. Not sure we need. It's like laptops and shops. And they have these clean displays. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. So no grid lines. Before you actually make this change, because it's kind of a pain to test, I want you to make a little test for us to see your design. So just make a little test that's going to generate a chart for us with the colors you chose. You can just, it's going to save the image in the output folder in the tests. What do you use for Mac window management? I built my own little hotkey using Cloud Code, but it's open source if you want to use it as well. So I just record the windows using one of the hotkeys, and then I can just press a button and it will go to the right place. So that's how so you can see like these are all, I don't need to resize them, I just do this. I can just put it where I want. And it even works with multiple monitors. So if you have, it always saves the location despite, like I'm using 3 monitors, I guess, technically. And it doesn't have any problems. So One thing I'm excited about, I started working on yesterday. I did off stream for a little bit. But we're going to, not in the beginning, but we're going to try to support generic datasets. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use this sandbox. So when you think about how like Perplexity and Gemini and Julius work, they send it to a sandbox VM where nothing touches nothing. It's just totally nuked after it runs the code, the LLM generated code, and that's what we're going to use for supporting people uploading their own data sets and generating charts in their own data sets. However, not in the beginning, but I'm excited about that because I think that would allow us to support. Someone joined, actually it was Tom joined, and he's like, this would be cool if I could use it with my data sets. So I was thinking that would be a really nice feature. They could just upload their CSV, generate cool charts, and they can, for that third layer of like custom charts, that's where they could have a lot more control. However, the charts won't look as good, probably. But it's an option that we would route. We have a router. It would be the third route. If we decide, hey, they attach their own data sets, we send it to the third route, which sends it to this sandbox, which will run the code, nuke it, and then come back with the in the VM, and then come back over the network with the result. And that's yeah. But I'm probably not going to. We'll see if we get to that today. But I think it'll be cool. Since your second app flop, I'm now making AI tools for Vive coders now. Source and free. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, definitely share it. Nice. Let's check out this chart. I think I can just look in here. All right. It's all right. I think I don't really like the, I think we're going to remove this, this box, or not remove it, but just, not display it for the landing page because I want it to be kind of simple. Yeah, there's a few things we're going to do here. We need to rethink the design of this because we're trying to tell a story here of like we're providing data that would really matter to them at a certain point in time. However, one problem is that we need to keep the charts not too overwhelming. Right now, our default charts are, we have our question of the day charts. I think we have good information here. It's just we're displaying too much of it is sort of the issue. So we need to simplify it, at least for the landing page. However, it's a longer term goal of not overwhelming the user. I think we went a little bit too overboard with some of the what we display. Beyond that, the graph is okay. I think there are maybe some improvements color-wise and yeah, we'll try to figure out. Oh, I have an idea. We could use the same whites as this, but this, maybe this point is this orange. Wait, now that I think about it, I'm not sure that orange matches the... Yeah, this doesn't match, right? Maybe like eyedrop desktop tool. Hey guys. The playlist name, I'll send it to you if you're interested. Oh, actually, I have a command. CSV import, make the temp VM generate the whole app around the CSV by AI. Right. But what we offer, the reason why our charts, like our other charts generate really fast, right? Because we don't really need the VM for those. It's kind of like a third option. It's like, oh, the user does not want our data. They don't want this path. Here's another option. So that's like a side thing that will help them. It's kind of like getting our features on parity with some other sites, I would say. And then we have an extra thing on top of it. Right now, it's sort of like we have another thing that is good, but it'd be nice if they could do what they can do in Perplexity and Gemini and make their own charts based on their own data. I'm gonna keep it chill. Keep it chill for now. Yeah. We also want it to be interactive for the landing page, so I think we're going to need to create a little bit of some prototypes of our new design. I think we're going to iterate. So yours is okay. Some of the colors you chose. You're going to use one of the libraries. I think it's Recharts for the interactive ones. And you're going to try the colors you did, but you're also going to do a white and black type. White, black, and gray, similar to this image. It's in our Onyx theme. That's going to be the second prototype interactive chart you're going to make, and then the third, I want you to try to come up with something, also within our theme though. When you develop these three interactive charts, you can just maybe even create separate files for them. That's fine. Or just one file, you know, in three. This is a little prototype, so it's not too serious. Suno definitely having some issues recently. All right, 1 second. I'm fixing the audio. I'm going to just use local files from the Discord bot. Yeah, because Suno keeps flipping out at me. All right, cool. So, I mean, the idea is, I guess, I just realized, why are we doing a drop down? Couldn't it just be a folder thing? Where you have US data, World Bank data, and then you just open it that way? What's the benefit of being able to switch like this? So I've been kind of rethinking this. Why do we even need this drop down? Couldn't we just also make these folders? Let's talk about it a little bit. How does this benefit the user? I mean, the one thing is if you have too big of a folder tree, this doesn't really work, right? It's probably you have to limit it somewhat. In fact, the 3 levels, that might be about right. You might not want to do more than that. That could be the issue. I think the only thing is we need a way to keep the folder structure probably not too big of a tree, because it could be a little bit overwhelming for this little sidebar. Can you think of any other way? Like, not sure. Might table that for now, because I'm not really sure exactly how to do this. Schedule is so messed up from the last few days. Yeah, this is AI music, Yusuf. Is that AI in this app, full access, and does user request or just chat with it? So this has access to your data, as like what you've put in your preferences, not the prior conversations, but it has some portfolio data. We should maybe make that an option if people don't want that, because right now we do pass it in. I think it's not a bad idea today. So if they're interested, they can have the portfolio data sent to the AI. I made an AI version of I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys. Nice. Yeah. All right, cool. We got 3 chart prototypes. I actually made a new page for it. You check it out. I gotta reload. Close the wrong one. I'm too fast. I have to wait. Why is it's that over here? Why is warp? It doesn't know that. I was gonna ask why is warp so slow, but it probably doesn't know. I don't want to use a different port. Oh, maybe we could just run like the kill process command explicitly from now on, so we don't have to wait. It's actually faster to just run the whatever. Okay, so let's look at our prototypes. Oh, why did I put TSX? chart prototypes. Oh, it's on 3002. What happened? We're too fast for that one too. Hawaii. Warp and AutoCloud nuked your ancient Windows 10 device. What? What did it do? Oh, nice. Oh, I'll just do it this way. Oh, I should use this one app. It's called Shotter. I haven't downloaded it here. I'm kind of vibing with the middle one, but it needs a little accent. So you do the middle one and then you do this color for the dot, maybe. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. But the different headline. Yeah, this is way better. We're going to do something like this, I think. Just simplify it. Simplify. And maybe have a few extra things, but not on the chart. Above and below it, and they can read it if they like. But not too much going on. Because you can get the general gist without as much information or as much text. Okay, cool. So we're going to go with the middle one. Sorry, I'll put this over here. All right, so we're going to go with the middle one. So go ahead and you're going to create a new component on the landing page. It's going to be under this this part, this something happened here. It's going to be under this. Also, go ahead and move this text up a bit. It's a bit too low. Like this. Yeah, guys, I am totally addicted. I don't know about you guys, but yeah. Today, like I was working on the Discord bot, and I made another Discord bot, then I made another Discord. I just could not stop. It's so much fun. Like, it's really good at Discord bots. Like, you can do a lot. I mean, we can make some games. So now there's a whole, like, you can spend money to create, spend the tokens to create AI generated music for one of the bots that's running. Okay, we just got to make it so, and those tokens you earn by like being on the community. And we created all the automation, and like I have a lot more ideas, so we're gonna keep every day add a few more things, maybe a little bit of loot boxes or something. You pay for use your tokens, or you could have some sort of gambling kind of thing, or maybe some sort of trading with other players, or I guess they're not players, community members. So some sort of game needs to be there, I think, like maybe like fishing, or I don't know, but whatever it is, we're gonna make it ourselves. Okay, so what you need to do, you need to anchor it the same way this text is. Copy, please. So it needs to be anchored under it, and it needs to fade in right after it. So it's like first the text fades in, then the other thing fades in. Also, it looks a little weird. I think you messed with the dimensions, so it should be a little bit wider. Make sure it's centered on the something happened here text. And then we're gonna have to figure out something else because it still looks a little strange. Got NVIDIA stocks. Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. Doesn't really look good yet. It'd be really cool maybe if it like fades in, like fades this in, fades this in, fades this in, or this, maybe. It's a little bit too high as well. This section's a little too high. Also, can you do a subsequent fade in of the title and then the 5 day, 1 month, 3 month? I think we need to take a step back here. We got to think about when a user is surfing for information about companies, we want the least amount of clicks and interactions possible to get to the thing. Kind of got to think, we actually do need to make a document for this, because I'm actually not totally sure that this interface is the best way for them to explore this. It's kind of like unique, but I don't know if it's actually, people would resonate with it. So we have to create this doc. Consider this document. It's a long name, but we're gonna do that. Okay, it did do it, but it's not a very smooth load-in, I would say. So it's not a smooth load-in, and the reason is because you anchored it to the scrolling. What it should be is it's a trigger, just like some of the others. So once you hit a certain point, then it loads in a nice fade-in for the subsequent loading stuff. I think it's a little too far over as well, so it should be probably over here. And it still doesn't look good, so we'll try to figure out why. Okay, created this doc. We'll look at this. I don't know if you guys can see this. It might be kind of small text for you. So I will fix it. Every additional click, I think this is a good measurement. It's a good proxy for friction. It's just clicking and interactions. And that talk right now. It's all organized kind of. I have the this is back. Oh, I guess you could say I could organize it further, but anyways, I think it's fine for me. If anyone else is working on it, they can take a stab. So 3 to 4 clicks to reach a statement. Yes, overwhelming tree. This is correct. A search first interface. This makes sense. And when I think about that, that's kind of, I think it has to be a search first. This is how everyone else does it. But we still have our folder structure. However, definitely they're probably not going to be doing so much. Well, maybe we could have an Explorer type of section where it's like you click the folders, technology, and look at it that way. But I'm not actually sure I would use that. So probably no one else would either. Sure, I'll take a look. I'm not really sure what you're saying there, Y. So feel free to. Oh, you're just saying this is kind of like your system prompts. Yeah. We've kind of done our fair bit of experimenting with the system prompts over the past month and also earlier. To me, it has not helped at all. It doesn't respect my system prompts. And we've had plenty of examples of that. So even very, very explicit system prompts, it does not respect. So I think it's not so great. That's my opinion. That one seems to be abandoning our folder structure. I like the folder structure, so I will not. Yeah. File paths. Okay, maybe. Maybe actually. Let me look. $3,002. Oh, I have to log in. It's okay, Yusuf. I am okay. I've already tried it a lot. Otherwise, I totally would, but I've already tried the system prompt thing a lot, like a lot. So I'm just not so interested in it anymore because it doesn't seem to help. Like my logic here is if it can't respect very explicit system prompts, it's not going to respect elaborate things. Like it can't do that, you know. Cool. But anyway, so sometimes I get distracted. So the idea here is you have a path structure for your search. Like you click, goes into so you have the top level folders, you click, it goes into, and then it's like a collection. That would be the way to solve the problem of ever-growing trees instead of this drop-down. It's not the worst idea. You could get rid of the drop-down, and then it would be top level. You'd have your top level collections. You click into it. Boom. Collection. I actually kind of like it, but I will think about it. Let's ID it a little more. I like the idea of simplifying it, right? Like that way people don't have to do this wacky interaction. And then also we can add stock data and everything else, and it's pretty clean. All of that fits into that structure. The only thing is the search is going to get a little wacky over time. The more data we have there, especially when you add 14,000 companies. But maybe not as bad as we might think. We just move it to the back. Right now it's just using this front-end library, but we would do more interesting things as it grows. Okay, cool. I think I'm going to try that, or at least talk with the AI a little bit. So I'll put that over there for the moment. I'm going to go back to our landing page. We're kind of doing 2 tasks currently. How do you know? Have you tried his thing? I'm not saying his thing doesn't work, but I'm just saying I've tried it a lot, and that's why I'm not going to try it, because I've already tried a lot of system prompts. I have to put the line somewhere, you know, like if I just keep trying the same thing over and over again. I think the logic is sound. If it doesn't work with a very explicit instruction, it won't work for a much more complex instruction. And so that's good enough for me, but if it works for you, that is great. Okay, so this still doesn't look good, so there's a lot of things we're gonna have to do. Okay, so a few problems. Okay, so number one, the subsequent fade-ins are not working. So it goes headlines, 5-day, 1 month, 3 month. And then there's a second thing we're going to discuss. You're going to think like a designer, and we're going to talk about design principles. You are teaching me about why this doesn't look good. I know it doesn't look good, right? And I understand the colors don't match. Like it should be that white there. I'm thinking maybe it should be the gray, but maybe it's even that darker gray color. However, it's not totally clear to me what's wrong with it. So I need to, it might be because like nothing is anchored. Everything is just floating around. So you might need a little bit of a box for the interactive components to make it a little, like that the page has some stability, something like this. Yeah, I already said my piece on it, so guys, I'm not going to try it. But if it works for you, that is great. Okay, and then I run this. All right, guys. I'm blocking these people. All right. There needs to be a little more delay between these. Oh, I think it's not even. Oh, yeah. The stagger still doesn't work, so take a look again. Try to. We'll try it one more time. If it doesn't work, then we'll get some more detail. But so white doesn't look right. Visual weight imbalance. Stone bars are too bright. They scream louder message. That might be actually right. This is a very striking thing, and then you have more white. Hey, V-Tree, how's it going? One moment here. I'm going to end the poll. Okay, actually, most people are saying 80%. That's interesting. Well, it's about split if you think about it, between 80% and the others. It's going well. Working on a few different things. We're working on the landing page. As you can see, we are currently trying to learn some things about design. I'm not a designer. I'm trying to be better. And what I tend to do, and I think this is a good process, is as we go, we learn more and more. So that way we can use the right terminology in the future and we have the right understanding to design our pages. And as we go, it'll probably be faster and faster. Everything about mobile responsiveness is a really great point, Tom. I actually put no thought into this page about mobile yet. I did the others work, quote unquote work. They are okay. They look okay. I think, but we do need to spend a little time thinking about how this page is going to work. So I don't think we're going to use Three.js because this isn't really, it's not like, I feel like it's not that kind of site. I feel like it would look a little tacky. We're trying to do very minimalist. It's going to be a very minimalistic based design. All right. Stagger still doesn't work. I'm going to open up a new terminal because I want to talk about how we're going to design this for mobile. Yeah. I think in this case, minimalistic is our goal. All right, so we need to take a look at this landing page here. We need to think about how we're going to design these this scroll-based website, I forgot the name for it, but this kind of interactive website, how does this generally work for mobile? There are a lot of websites doing this, so how do they generally handle it? So the staggered, is it? Okay, it doesn't understand that, so it doesn't work. Take a look. Secondarily, okay, there's a lot of concepts here. The visual weight imbalance, so that's to do with the coloring. Text and charts are floating separately in the void. Human brain wants to group related things. A subtle container creates a this belongs together signal. No anchoring point, yeah. The eye has nowhere to rest. Interesting. So it sounds like there's two major components here. There's the anchoring thing and then the colors. Let's develop a solution for both. Let's start with just the plan though. Create a new design doc for this. So you're going to put it under design. It is design folder path. All right, Yusuf. Enough is enough. Okay, cool. So okay, let's start with number one. Just do number one first. Oh no, I don't like that at all. So the goal here is minimalism. So try it just around the graph, but a very Let's go back to the ideation. So remove it and let's ideate how this could look. So it looks good right until here. As soon as that chart comes in, it looks horrible. So we know that this is okay, but as soon as the chart, something with your eyeball, you look at it, it's like total garbage. So we're going to have to learn. How does design work? That is good. A ghost container. We could try this dashed idea. That's kind of the simple, that's like, so do you think it's going to be enough? I think we probably have to do a mix of the color change and this ghost container. I want you to start with one idea first. Well, let's talk about it. This dot, right here, we're going to try to change the color to that orange color used for the chart prototype, the first iteration. It's actually the accent, right? It's actually the accents in the tailwind theme. The orange there. We will see. Okay, now that is horrible. Very bad. Let me see if I can, we can try using this color. I think this might be the same color, actually. Double check. So this is in the data page. And I need you to check this color. Hey Tony, this is all government data. So a lot of countries, they have APIs available, and this is all data that you can use for commercial purposes. They're pretty cool. AI helps prep the data for how we display it, and it's we have a lot. So I assume there's this aspect, this government data, but we also have some price data, which we're using Alpha Vantage for. And yeah, so that's a little bit overview of our data set. And we're bringing in a lot of SEC filings. That's going to be the next. We built a little demo of extracting all the, we're using open source library, Edgar Tools, to extract out all the financials and the balance sheet and everything. And we now have, we're gonna just keep adding more and more. And we're gonna explore this idea of this data collections. I feel like this is kind of a cool interface. It's gonna be, it's not gonna make sense until I show it, but I think we're gonna go with this folder structure. It'll be like, this dropdown will be folders. You click into it, then it shows the collection. This dropdown's gone. And one of the collections, the top level collections, is like company data. And you click in companies, and then you can search like 14,000 companies or whatever. And then you have the balance sheet, income statement, valuation, and then you can save it in your collections. It's gonna be cool. Yeah. I'm excited to get that. I think the reason I like that is because it'll all be right here. The earnings transcripts you care about, you can save that. And the idea is it's gonna reduce friction a little bit for people. If you're following a lot of companies, you don't have to click around to get all the data. It's right here. It's just one aspect of the platform, but it's just an extra thing that might be nice, and I'll use it as well. So, but right now we're working on this as well. Yeah. So we're definitely going to revert that. I'm curious though. Before we revert it, why does it look so bad? This color with this white, is it just not a good combination? It's something to think about, because it might be that the dot. Do they kind of conflict with each other because they're both light colors? So temperature clash, saturation mismatch, interesting. I think we do need some sort of accent for this page, right? We can't just make everything gray and white, right? So we need to actually figure out a color that works here. Could we go this orange style? But what would make sense given the, like, we want to think in design principles, because I'm trying to learn as well. How do you know when a color is going to work with another color? Like, for example, this, how can we figure out, how can we like understand what works with this monochrome set? It's either, maybe it's just through trial and error, but I hope it isn't. Maybe there's some sort of way you can decide to commit to a color. It'd be nice if there's some formula. You're like, you add this to the hex, and it's gonna work. But that's too optimistic. So stone is cool, and orange is more. Makes sense. So the problem is that they have the same brightness, opposite temperature, extreme saturation. They compete. So give me another example. Give me like, how do you know that this chart means that it's bad? Like, is the general rule that you keep them all the same temperature? Is that the general rule here? Same saturation? The reason why we're asking this is in the future we want to speed up this process, right? So if I can know exactly what I'm saying, because I know it, then it's gonna, I don't need to constantly iterate, right? So for example, in the future, right, I will say, okay, this is a cool color. We're going to use another cool color, and that's gonna speed up our workflow a bit. So the contrast is on one axis, harmony on the others. So there is kind of like a little bit of a formulaic thing going on here. Sounds like these are maybe the 3 axes, and you just choose one to be different for the accent. So if 2 are different, it's chaotic. Interesting. So let's test this experiment. Okay, fantastic. Let's just change one axis then. We're gonna run a little experiment. We're gonna start with changing the axis on temperature, keep the others the same, the other 2, and then we'll do it on each and just see what the difference is and whether this theory is true. If they all look good, you know, this is kind of like the circle of fifths in music or whatever. You know, if you know the formula, you just kind of jump steps until you find what you like, but they'll all look okay. It's guaranteed if you follow it. Okay. I would say that does look okay. Let's try a different one. Now make the one difference temperature. Interesting. So it's the same color. Probably has to do with the fact that the... I'm gonna ask them. Looks like just changing the idea of making it warm, cool to warm, kept it the same color. Does that have to do with the fact we're using white, or? Gotcha. Temperature requires saturation to be visible. Gotcha. 0% saturation. There's no hue. Okay, cool. Let's try the other one, the last one. What about luminance? Luminance, will that work for this as well? And then we'll make a little doc explaining it for later. I'm going to put that in my notes, though. Maybe make like a running color. Maybe just design principles doc or some folder or something. If I ever forget, I just bring it in. Oh yeah, that kind of works somewhat, maybe. Yeah, not too bad. I still like the white the best, though. Interesting. So I want you to save this concept, put it in my notes. So it's like color theory. We'll put it under color theory. It's too broad. How to choose color. Okay, and you're going to explain this concept there. Also talk a little bit about how do you decide whether a temperature is cool or warm, and the other two variables of saturation and luminance. Just explain what how you come up with the percents that you're creating here. It's more has to do with the model, Omer. So doesn't really matter what IDE you're using. So the model is where you're going to see, I mean, it matters a little bit, but the model is where you're going to see the biggest. So for example, Cloud Code, we're using Opus 4.5. Like that's the thing that, as far as mobile development, I haven't really done a lot of mobile developments with AI. When we did, we did not have great results. However, you said you were working with JavaScript. So we were doing native development. And we haven't tried it. Maybe Expo or something like this. React Native. Cool. So that's saved in my notes. All right. So let's go back to the saturation. So that's going to be our one variable difference for this color. The last one is okay, but let's try a different color. It's actually not saturation, it was temp. No, it was saturation. Yeah, no problem. Can we try a different color though? Ideally orange. That same, going in that direction. does look okay, but let's try, can you make a list of them? We're gonna make a list of 10. All in this realm, this color range here. GitHub. Yes, GitHub. Let's try bronze. Yeah, let's try bronze. Let's try antique brass. I think we might make a little prototype thing where you just can click through, just a little button where you click through it. That's going to be faster than just, unless we want to power, waste a lot of, I don't know what I'm saying. There's some joke here. All right, can you make a little drop down? We're going to use this to experiment on our accent color. It's just a little admin drop down on the landing page where we're going to play around with. You have GitHub link. This is not open source, this project, but we do have some other open source projects. You can look at the description. Yeah, not a fan of that one. This one is not bad. Why is the fade-in broken? Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. Some sort of bug. Fade out, I meant. It's okay. This is still the best, I think. This one's not bad. Hey man, AK, you can look in the description, man. It might be better to use D3.js. Worth exploring. Let me take a look here. Yeah, maybe eventually. I see they do have some interesting charts here that we don't have yet. Like for example, this stacked bar chart. However, I do think I think this is a good site to get inspiration for sure. I'm gonna bookmark it. We have a few of these now that for when we're adding more. What's your opinion on Copilot? Copilot's pretty bad. At least last time I tried it, but... All right. So, let's try to fix this. Let's start with... I'm gonna stick with this accent color. So this is our accent color. I'm talking to the thing. We're gonna use this accent color now for our charts themselves. So before you begin, we're going to start applying some of this accent color where appropriate. So we need to discuss, first of all, where are we going to put this accent color? And then number two, we need to add this anchoring of the ghost container on the chart, but only the chart. But we need to talk about it first. I think one of the problems is if we only do the chart, that text is still going to look like it's floating. And that's going to visually not look good. So we need to understand, how do you know when to put something in a container? I do like the floating look. Like, I like it until we add the chart. As soon as we add the chart, it looks horrible. Before the chart, it looks actually pretty good. And I'm trying to understand why that would be the case. We don't always need a container, but there are scenarios where you need a container. So this is the next concept I'm trying to understand, and I want you to teach me that. Okay. The idea here is we spend some time learning, and then from then going forward, this will be a much faster process. Now we know about colors. How roughly, and we've created a document about how this works. So when containers are needed, why the text alone floats fine. A few words are light. The eye handles them effortlessly. No hard edges. Text has a natural, soft boundaries. High visual weight. Okay, interesting. That makes sense. So this has to be somewhat connected to the container, otherwise it just doesn't fit together. Is there any way we can have it look like on the page? It almost looks like the graphs are like drawn on the page in a weird way. Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like paper. It's almost like, I think right now you're right. It feels like an artifact on top of the page. Is there any way we can make this work without a container line? Our goal is extreme minimalism. And we're trying to achieve this, even though it is all going to be floating, we need some way to make anchor it, I guess. Or at least maybe one solution is you make it look like it's on the page or something. I can imagine like a drawn style, like a hand-drawn style, might actually work. I think that's a really good idea. These are outlines, yeah, and it might actually work. Nice. Yep. Single thin lines as bars. That's a really good idea. I think that's actually going to work. I don't know about 3. Yeah, I agree, Tom. And we will deal with this later. I'm not really a big fan of the dot at the moment, but we'll look at it again. It's okay, but there's probably something we have to do because it just looks like a solid color right now. I think maybe we have to change it. But so number 3, lower opacity. I think I'm not going to do that one yet because I don't really understand why that would help. Extend the baseline. It's a little interesting. Before you begin, can you explain 3, 4? Oh. Yeah, I think definitely the white still looks the best, actually. Maybe we won't change the accent of the dot until we figure out how these accents would make it look better. This one actually isn't too bad either, but... Second here. Probably switch over here for a little bit. It's compact conversation. Oh yeah, let's read this stock here. Take this off a little bit. SG707, interesting. You've been dealing with color all your life. Don't sacrifice color just for contrast. Use it to add values to the chart, like green to actually mean something. Oh, that's interesting. You're saying don't just add color just to add color, right? Like add color to things that you want them to look at. Like maybe we don't actually want them to look at the dot because it's a dot. Maybe we do because we want them to notice this, I guess. But they already will because it's zooming in on it. So why bring extra attention to the dot with the color? So you can, I kind of see what you're saying. That kind of makes sense. Like the main part that they should look at is this, because this is the actual thing. This is just like a narrative device. That is the product, right? So that I think that actually is a good thing to think about. And you have a light line next to solid rectangles. The rectangles dominate, I feel like. Okay, we will try that. I get what it's saying. It's saying if you do a lower opacity, it's going to feel a little more hand-drawn. Like even with the outlines. And so I think that makes sense. Extend baseline from the item. Thin horizontal line from the main chart. What line? Where is the line that you're talking about? This thin horizontal line, where is it? Is it like at the bottom of the charts, of the bars, or 100 maybe? Like right here? Maybe. Like sitting... Okay, we'll do all of those except this last one. All right, cool. So we're going to do that. Do you remember what you said for option 1 and 2? The reason I'm asking that is because it compacted the conversation. So it's possible it doesn't have that anymore. Logo and sign-in definitely need to be a bigger font size. Seems a bit lost with the big line. I think you might be right, yeah. Yeah. Also, I forgot about the mobile thing. Let's go ahead and take a look. So a common approach for mobile is a touch event. I'd have to try it. Could be just a scrolling thing. I think it's honestly, that makes sense, right? You're scrolling, that's how you go through the thing. Yeah. So what library would we use for the actual scrolling, for that mobile scrolling? Do we need a new library for that? Well, we don't need it, but it might be helpful. Also, one aspect of the fact that it doesn't really look like it's on the page is like it moves up like that, I think. Which I do not want. Also, why don't you split copy on the chart? Left side, your personalized brief, and then the right side show the chart. Interesting. So you're thinking over here, your personalized brief tells you what? That's actually kind of cool. Boom. Your personalized brief, or sorry, something happened here. Personalized brief tells you what? And then the chart here? Maybe a few charts even. Hand-drawn things. You doubt your users will zoom in and out of mobile? We have to add some, so you see we have this like indicator, this scroll thing. We have to have something equivalent of telling them what to do. What would you recommend instead? SG707 there. No. So, okay, so we're going to do 1, 2, and 3. And repeat back to me that you understand what we're doing before you begin. Yeah, Tom, I think that could be cool. Right here. And then the charts. I think we'll try both, maybe. So yeah, definitely like without the scroll indicator thing, people might start scrolling, but I think we could even make it a little bigger actually. So you know what's going on. I'm gonna commit our changes thus far. Yeah, cool. All right, we were looking at this as well. We'll try to do that as well today. Yeah, true, Tom. True. I kind of wonder what other type. I mean, I think the fade in animation for sure. But if it's hand drawn, it's probably best if it's a minimal movement kind of thing, because it's got to be on the paper. Advanced user will figure out the scroll by themselves, yeah. But we'll try to make it as obvious as possible, and then we'll watch them on the post hog. If they cannot figure it out, then we will know what went wrong. Wait, that already looks kind of better. Just with it just messed up the graph, but I think the line underneath actually maybe helps a little bit. But I actually see what you're saying, Tom. I think this is actually gonna look better with this over here, because then it's like this. That solves a little bit of our problem, right? Where the text doesn't really look connected to this. So you put this over here, and then the graphs come in. It's a good idea. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Take a look. Obviously some problem. Can we do what we're trying to accomplish with the library we're using for the charts? Double check on this. All right, deciding this first before I run the chat over there. Okay, so this is kind of misunderstood me, so I'm gonna clarify. So you misunderstood this, what we were thinking for this folder structure. The idea of this folder structure is it's going to, having this path structure is it's going to replace our dropdown. The way it's going to work is we still have our file collections, and you have all your top level folders, right? And then you click into the top level folders, and then it will go into a certain path in the search. And then they're entering, in the search, it's like a path search almost. We're gonna have to actually maybe reconsider how we're doing the search now that I think about it. This is more like a tree structure now. But maybe we can do something a little hacky and just still do it based on... definitely we actually need to consider this. So if we're doing this path structure, it now becomes a tree for the search instead of just a name search. But before you continue, reiterate that you understand what I'm saying here. It's a way to replace the drop down, allow us to add company data in a way that is kind of simple and all on the same page. So prior job, I worked at Expedia. We used Neptune for this kind of structure because it was like a resources path. And it was just, we used this library and it was like so confusing. And we had bugs all the time about surfing this. We were using Apache Tinkerpop or whatever, and it would always have like, we just had like the weirdest, like just insane lag. It was, and very hard to debug. So we're definitely not going to do anything like that, but maybe come up with some stupid hacky solution that would we don't have to do too much surfing the paths. I don't know if you guys know what I'm saying. Anyways. Okay, so the bars aren't rendering. Yeah, we could use an SVG, I suppose. However, I do want the final charts to be what we're showing, right? So this whole ideation process is actually what the chart redesign is going to be on the landing page probably as well. All right, yes. I gotta grab that. Oh, it actually did render. However, there are some problems. I mean, I guess technically it has rendered, but it looks like the strokes are so close together that. So it looks like the strokes are so close together that it just looks like a bolded chart now. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no hollowness. Also, I think the labels can't be there either. Take a look at this. Again, the same issue. We need to actually investigate, can we achieve this visual that we're trying to create with the library we're using? So show me what we're doing, and we're going to figure this out. Yes. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the implementation of this search now, though, because this is going to be a little, I'm not really sure how to do it yet. Do you understand the complexity here? I'm trying to get you to maybe ideate a few solutions. I definitely don't want to do anything too crazy as far as, you know, obviously you go as far as having like a graph database to handle this kind of thing, but we're trying to figure out something a lot simpler that would work for our use case. Here's our requirements, right? We're going to have a lot of data. At the end of the day, we're going to be searching through potentially 15,000 documents, which is not that much, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, right? So we're going to actually figure out what would make sense. $15,000 is actually not that much, technically. Yeah, okay, so we're probably just going to do it like a standard search. Because we're probably not going to have more documents than that. I mean, what else would we have? Store each document with a path string. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Good. Oh, but it's 15,000 times the amount of docs for each company, I think. So that's actually more like, okay, I did the math. So I realized it's actually not 15,000 documents. It's 15,000 times. We'll just assume 100,000. This component doesn't use recharts. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so you maybe misunderstood a little bit what we're doing. Can we use recharts and achieve our goals for these this chart and do the animation too? Is this a possibility? Or do we actually have to create our own in order to do advanced animations that we want to? Might have a little bit of a limitation as far as this goes. See what we can do. Can it still be done in browser at a reasonable speed? What point do we reach kind of, so you can imagine 100,000 documents, each has a tag. That's kind of like a path. I think at that point, well, go ahead. Tell me what you think. So run through our tests. Do we make a test to check this? I'm doing this as well. We brought in a library for search. You can just use that for the 500. It's just a little test to make sure we have everything. We'll just run through it. And we have less customizability, right? If we use recharts in our landing page, a little demo, I think we're actually doing the right approach here because we want a lot of customization, and then we'll work backwards to the library that can get us to the visual that we want, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. So right now we're kind of experimenting and trying to get the visual that makes sense, and then we'll figure out what library can achieve it. And then we won't need to do animations on our final product. So That will simplify it a little bit. Do you agree with this? I don't even know why I'm asking because I've already kind of decided we'll do that, but I just wanted to agree with me. All right, cool. But now you actually need to fix it. But you need to tell me, how did you make this? Maybe we can figure out a better way that will allow us more customization. The way you're doing it, I'm very curious. Just show me. All right, I'm gonna go grab a coffee real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Hello, hello. This idea of the SVG, I have seen AI make SVGs and they're generally pretty good. However, the only thing with the SVG is I do want it to be interactive, right? So I want it that they hover and they can get some information. However, we're going to try it. There's a few things I want to fix though. 2 things. Okay, so number 1, we have when we do our fade in, the text is moving up a bit. We actually don't want this because the whole goal is that this looks like it's almost on the page. It's like locked in on the position. So we don't want to do any movement. We want to try to mimic the camera movement. It's an illusion, but it's similar to the line. It's like locked into place. You did that for both the graph and the text. So let's go ahead and fix that. And then number 2, let's go ahead and try making this an SVG as well. Kind of feeling some different music at some point, but Suno's kind of freaking out, so I'll stick with this. Wait, even in browser though? Oh, nice. Do these tests actually validate that the data is there though? Or does it just validate that we have some data? As in like the top, because sometimes when I click through things, it's not there. So, but what is the reason for that, I guess? Hey, the Kenneth, how's it going? Working on the landing page. That's kind of going to be the main thing today. It's just going to take a while, and that's just how it is, you know. But it is kind of fun, especially when we make progress. I enjoy it, I guess. Remove all. Okay. Still slightly doing something. I'm going to do that last change because I want to make sure to commit. I hate losing UI progress because sometimes it's hard to get it back. Its UI is a little even more hard to create the exact scenarios to get the same result. 1 second, guys. Cool. Is this going to fix the problem for all countries, though, or just the US? Oh, 100K is smaller than... Okay, cool. Dope. All right, let's... I guess the only thing is, like... How do you reconcile the paths? Because they're not actually going to search paths, necessarily. Right, for example, they might try to search Apple on the top level folder structure, in which case that's gonna be a little weird, right? So how are you gonna do that? Hey GMD, how's it going? Hey Hike. I'm working on the landing page today mostly, but some other things as well. Designing. That's what we're doing. Trying to learn how to design. Make things look good. Right, we just undid the last change. So I will commit this. Right, but this doesn't look like it was before, so that's suspicious. Okay, it does. Fantastic. All right. So go ahead and try to make this SVG. Just do the SVG thing. Right now, last time you did it, didn't get any lines, just the one line. Try again. Just the SVG. We'll start with that. I know it's capable of SVGs. It can do a lot of things. So I believe in its capability here. Yeah, same here, SG707. It's a very good indicator of like, am I even going to try this thing? I mean, it comes down to everything too, not just websites, right? You go to the GitHub repo and it has a bunch of emojis and it's like extremely cliche and like annoying. Then I'm going to click away because that's a good indicator of whether it's going to be something you can use. And that's goes for pretty much everything, I think. Then D3 is the only choice. Can D3 accomplish our goal though of a handwritten, like a handwritten chart? See, this isn't bad. I mean, this is bad, but it's like, I see where it's going with it. We just have to make a lot of changes. So a lot of things. Okay, so number one, when we're considering a hand-drawn effect, right, there's the text itself, which we have to figure out how that's going to be contained in this thing, which I don't know yet. So right now, if we're trying a hand-drawn effect, right, I think the hand-drawn effect could be cool on the charts. However, we do have to think about how we're going to achieve that with the text, the chart headline itself, right? because like it's going to run into the same problem where it's like feels like it's floating and your eyes don't like it. So we kind of have to, so think about that, but also try to fix the chart. So it, you know, our original idea is that it's hollow. Right now you've not achieved hollowness. It is solid. I think what the problem is basically you're maybe underestimating the values of what you have to set to for the size of the graphs, because you're putting the stroke like right on top of each other, is my guess. D3 is the lowest level SV. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. It's actually awesome to know. SG, we will try this. It's worth a shot, I would say. Well, let's talk about it. So this library, D3 library, is that lower level than what you're trying to do right now? You're just building I don't think you're even using a library to build the SVGs, right? You're just doing some math. Will D3 help you? So just writing raw SVG elements, D3 would help with the scales. D3 maps data values to pixel coordinates cleanly. Okay, that could probably help. Generating. Oh, okay, very nice. Interesting. Well, let's consider actually, let's say we use D3 instead of Recharts for our main graphs that we generate in our site. I'm just curious. I'm probably not going to do that here because I don't want to pollute the context with our questions about this, but I will keep it in mind. I'm going to put it on another terminal somewhere. Oh yeah, this thing. I'll put this over here for now. We will deal with mobile later. Yeah, but we're not using any real data. But so even with no data, you know, we're just building a graph with just sample data. Would D3 help you at all? What would it help you with, hypothetically? Okay, cool. So we have our little demo running. I'm gonna go check it out. Has the recent stuff, so this is pretty good. Obviously the international one's still delayed, but okay, cool. This is a good demo, I think. We will integrate it at some point. We'll add, I guess we'll run it for more. Well, I don't see 500 here. I guess it just blocked some out. Oh yeah, that's because I'm searching. Sounds good, SG. So even with sample data, D3 would clean up the positioning math. Gotcha. Right. Okay, this is actually the biggest problem. Why does it look bad? It's because it's trying to guess where it will look good on the page. But D3 will probably help with the positioning. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and we're going to add D3. It always thinks I'm saying 3JS. Let me go look up the latest version as well, just to make sure. It doesn't hurt. .90. I will give it that information. So it's just doing explicit. It's fine. We're just building our little prototype. So do you have the current, oh, actually there's a few questions here. Number one, can you validate, do you have a master list of all we're adding? If so, where did you store that? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think option 2 makes sense. Yeah, I think option 2 makes sense. Go ahead and update the design doc. Actually, you're going to create a new doc. It's actually the implementation doc. No, sorry. Do update the design doc and create the implementation doc. Do both of those things. Very good. Okay, cool. Now let's try a few things. Yeah, so now we're going to go ahead and try a hollow chart. Do you know what I'm saying? Before you continue, validate that. And we'll probably reiterate the hand-drawn effect thing. All right, how do you organize your cloud code instances? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, each feature, each idea, make sure that they don't modify the same files. Yeah, no fill. Right now, do you see what it looks like currently? Before you continue, what is the problem with the image? No, it doesn't have to do with the signal and baseline line. So you have a misunderstanding of what it is. Those two things are separate. This is a comparison bar chart, right? What you need to be focused on is that the each of those should be hollow. Do you understand? Okay, go ahead. Repeat back to me. Yes. Yes, you got it. Nice. Okay, cool. That's progress. Now they just need to be connected. And a few other things. It's already looking a little better, but we still have some ways to go. All right, so the signal and the baseline need to be connected. This is a comparison bar chart, so no gap between them really. But you also need to do a few other things. Number two, you need to make sure that you see the bottom part of the rectangle, the part where it touches the line. That's like the base of the graph. That should be under the line. So in other words, that should be gray. And then also where it intersects the comparison bar, so that's the signal, that should also be that gray color as well. So the white is kind of under everything. Before you continue, can you tell me your understanding? No. So the bottom doesn't extend below the baseline. What it is that bottom line on the chart that's above the. It's like, think of like the Z index, right? In CSS. Think of this color is like at the bottom. Don't actually, just the concept. Before you continue, repeat back to me what I'm saying. I understand. If you say below it, that's kind of like, that can mean a couple things. So I don't blame the AI there. In some ways, it's like if you're talking to some junior employee or something. I suppose let's put this master list. We're going to put it in the SEC filings and Firestore as well, because this is going to be our master list for when we do rerun this script again and it's triggered, that it knows what companies to grab. So. Got more stuff to read. Hey, Commit. How's it going? Working on an investor platform. Right now, we're working on the landing page, redesigning the landing page to be a little bit more interesting and making. This is our. Well, you'll see a little bit more. This is just the beginning, but we're working on the chart here for this design. Yeah, on an investor platform. So we're working on. Yeah, exactly. So now repeat all that you're going to do. So that way I can validate. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll show you the original. This is the landing page we're redesigning. We just made this quickly at the beginning. So we're kind of going back, now that we built out the stuff, we have like a brief section. There is one thing I want to explore about the loading speed of the brief, because I noticed today, I don't think it's actually related to the dev environment. It's a little slow, so we'll take a look later, I suppose. You can make charts, and you got a data explorer. So this is the product, if you're interested. Got lots of data sets. We're gonna add some more as well. Okay. So remove the gap. Yep. Draw. Now, you misunderstood the last two again. So, you know what? Just do number one for now. It's okay. Please undo that. I'm going to commit, and we're going to try again. I thought that would be an easy one. That's one way to interpret that question. Hey, so dude, how's it going, Kai? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. How's your day going? All right, so you kind of misunderstood what I was saying. The gap is that, okay, I'm gonna send you a screenshot and I want you to tell me, again, try to understand what I'm telling you. Maybe I should send a little drawing to describe. Yes, adjacent. I think what did I say? I said remove the gap, but if you say adjacent, it probably would understand. All right, yes, adjacent. Please do that. Okay, we have this design doc we're going to read as well. I keep saying that, but let's do it. Tags is good. Sure. Oh, it's doing indexing stuff. Yeah, we're gonna try to simplify this a little bit. All right. So it actually would look better if the white is on top. So I got that backwards. So it looks like the white should be on top. I actually got it backwards. Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not showing you guys. Nice, fixed it. Good. And then also the base. You see at the bottom here, like it's like the bottom of the rectangle, the base of the graph, that base line, that should be above the white line as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? So repeat back first. All right, so I think we're going to simplify this implementation a little bit. I think what I want you to focus on is the storage, though. What are we changing on what we're storing, right? Because we're going to store, I guess, the tags now for all the data. And that's a lot of, we're going to have to update, you know, a lot of collections. So talk more about that kind of stuff, right? I don't think we need to build an index quite yet. So anything related to that is fine. We just don't do at the beginning. And go ahead and update it. That's cool. Yeah, I think it's looking okay, but we just have to move the text over. And then it's still doing that thing where it moves up, so we'll fix that. Using this SVG approach, will we be able to animate in a cool way where it's animating from left to right, the 5 day, 1 month, 3 month, as we scroll in? The idea is like we hit a trigger point and then it triggers the fade in for the 5 day, 1 month, 3 month. With the label and the bars. So right now this isn't, I can't see it at least. It's possible you didn't put enough time in between each. So just to test, go ahead and scale it up a lot so I can definitely see the difference. And the next thing is we got to make it look like it's on the page, and then we're getting close to something that'll look good. And this goes over here. And then we put maybe another somewhere. Like this goes up here and then another chart or something. Maybe just one is enough though, honestly. Still no, unfortunately. So give me 3 reasons why it's still not. There's no difference between the when it triggers, it all renders in. Okay, so we got this. This added our master company list to Firestore. So I just want to make sure in our demo here, we were grabbing this information from Firestore, right? You didn't just save this locally. Migration. What is it doing? Don't need to do any of that. Yeah, okay. So this is not good. Not good, not good. Yeah. Okay, and it's doing like schema things. Doesn't matter. Just we just need to store the tags. Okay. It's missing a lot of components though. It's like in the implementation plan, you didn't consider the UI, which is probably the biggest aspect of the thing. So the way it works is like you're going to replace the drop down, and you're going to, when you load the page, you have like top level collections, right? And when you click into those folders, it's kind of like we have 2 different folder types. However, we actually do need to think about how that's going to feel for the user. One folder type is like you're going into it, but it won't show the tree structure. It's going to be like you're jumping into a folder. And now that I think about it, this is kind of weird. So we need to talk about it. How would it look from a UI perspective? So now it does a render. So undo that last change. I was just asking you for potentially some reasons. So I guess we definitely know it's not number 1. It's probably number 2, right? Number 2 or number 3. I forgot to switch screens. Yeah, let's just do option 1. We'll see what it looks like. The only thing, let's just do this. But the only thing is, we have to make the names clear because it's kind of weird. You have company financials and then you have United States, right? Like, I think we need to say there's government data or something so they understand. We'll add some logs. That'll be our next step if we can't get that, to try to understand which one it is. Okay, that sort of makes sense. Let's do it. All right, let's go ahead and do this. You're gonna make a new design implementation MD based on this idea. I'm kind of backtracking a little bit. I think we might have overcomplicated what we were doing. The reason is because I was thinking, okay, well, you have like many layers of folders. I think it's just adding one layer, maybe 2. I think that's fine. So it'll be max 4 or 5 layers. We will experiment. So change the implementation MD based on this. Hey, Angel, how's it going? Working on, it's like an investor platform. There's a lot of, you got news, your news feed. You got your portfolio tracking. You got your research tool, which is an AI tool that has all your information as far as like your preferences and what type of investor you are as your portfolio and what you care about. So we have a lot of preferences like based on what kind of investor you are, the themes and catalysts you're looking for. So maybe you're interested in mergers and acquisitions, time horizon, and the stuff is curated for you. So the conversations you have and the news feeds you get on today's brief. That's kind of the general idea here. Right now we're working on the landing page, redesigning the landing page. Before it's like this is kind of at the beginning we made this, but now we're trying to make it a little more interesting. This will be white. As you can see, we're in the beginning stages. It'll probably take a while to get what we are envisioning. Oh, you cannot see it at all. I will show it briefly again. Okay, this is today's brief. This is the portfolio tracking, and this is the research. So you can generate charts and all sorts of stuff. Great. Yeah, thanks, Kai. I'll get the hang of using this thing. I added this like button thing where I can press the button to switch the screen. But the problem with it is sometimes I press it and I don't press it hard enough and then it doesn't do it. Anyways, yeah, so we're working on the new landing page. This is the old one. Oh yeah, and the data explorer as well. If you're interested in seeing this, this is part of the platform that we're working on at the moment. We got all our data sets, but we're changing this a little bit. So it's going to be this drop down, and we're going to remove this. Thanks, man. What gap did you put in between each bar? All right, so what will you need to change as far as storage goes? Do we need to actually change anything? We might not. Okay, so definitely make sure this demo is loading directly from Firestore because we want to test it out. Firestore and Firebase. You understand what I'm saying? Like, based on what we when we ran the script and what we stored, that's what we want to use for the demo. Make it way more exaggerated, like a second in between each, so that way we can see it. Okay, cool. What do you mean by compute tags, I guess? Do we even need tags anymore? I don't think we do, right? What's the point of them? We're going to find a new one. We have exhausted the World Bank, so we will find another cool thing to bring in. All right, well, let's do one thing first. Actually, before continuing, did we already hook up all this script to the main runner in... the reason I say that is like, we have to hook this up, and it actually has to be a maintainable script that's going to run every month. And it's not going to fetch everything. It's only going to fetch the most recent data points for all the countries. So I'm not sure if we did that yet. We're going to have to do it. Okay, yeah, that's not working. Yeah, still no. So now what we're going to do, we're going to add a lot of logs for this fade in, and you're going to test your ideas about what it was with the logs. I'm going to feed it into the chat. Let's see here. Okay, so we got some use effects. Let's take a look. This is exactly how I would debug it if I had to. Okay. Take a look at this. It's all of these rendered instantly. I'm going to spend a little bit of time as well on this. Well, actually, no, I'm going to keep doing this, but there's another thing I wanted to do today while we work on the landing page. The landing page is going to be a long project. It's going to take many hours, and that is okay. It's the first thing people see, so it's okay that it takes a while. Sure thing, buddy. We're going to reload from the beginning. Oh, wait, what? Was it a cache thing? Oh, I see. It does it the first time, but then the subsequent times it does not. Fantastic. So it works. Okay, cool. Now we just have to fix it. Awesome. So we have discovered when we reload the page, it works the first time, but the subsequent times it renders instantly. So do you understand how to fix it now? Always reload the page. Very important. Okay, so this demo now loads directly from Firebase. Let's take a look. Okay, right. We did not give it the keys. So I will paste it over, so it can do its thing. Oh, actually, I think we maybe did. It's in this project, so it does have it. Maybe you didn't hook up with the keys. I believe it's in this project. However, I'm going to move it away, just in case it tries to do any reading of the keys, which it never does, but sometimes you never know. That's funny. It just rendered backwards. Cool. The only thing is it's rendering. The first time it renders right, but then the next times it has the 3 months already rendered, and then the 5 day and 1 month come in after it. And I will also paste the logs so I can check it out. Interesting, it already deleted the logs. Okay. Wait. It just worked there. Why? Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Now you can make the animation way less exaggerated now, so it comes in faster. Oh, I see. That's actually our database rules. I suppose that makes sense. Well, that's good. No one can read it, I suppose. Has no user account. Actually, you know what? Speaking of that, the new collections we added, I'm actually wondering. Oh, it's because we're using the Firebase admin, I think. Oh yeah, that's right. I get it now. Okay, it's not horrible, but there are some things. I'd say that what we need to do, the animation should fade in slower, but they should all like start staggered. You know what I mean? So they kind of load in too fast. And then we'll make it even and everything else. Still a bit too fast, like the load-in time of it. So you need to probably slow it by 2x. That's pretty good. Oh. Interesting. A little bit buggy, I would say. I think I see what's going on. It's actually kind of unpredictable. We need to add logs. It's confusing. All right, it's kind of unpredictably doing. Like the first time always works, but then the subsequent times just random stuff happens. So we need to add some comprehensive logging for the fade in and the state of it, so that way we can understand a little better what's happening. Oh, you guys can see it. I'll move this over here and then change the text to this color, then center it. And then we might be getting there. It's one of these issues. I notice as soon as you add the logging, it's fixed. So I have a feeling it's some sort of timing issue because, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Basically, the order of maybe some use effects or something like that are creating the problem. Yeah, I suppose remove the logging we're going to test. Okay, cool. Nice. Good job. You have done it. Now we just got to fix the labels. Do you see the problem with this? Actually, go ahead and tell me. What do you think the problem of this is? Nope, so you can't see it, I guess. It's the 14%. It's not in the right place. So it should be centered in the bar that it's measuring, which is the white one, the signal bar in the 3-month. You see what I'm saying? Also, is there anything in D3? You know, we brought in this library, right? Is there anything where it can it automatically has the slots for, or do you have to use magic numbers to position it? Is there anything in D3 so you can position this better automatically, or does you know, like there's slots for the chart, or do you have to use magic numbers? Looks like my little music Discord bot crashed. Or something. Oh, it's back. Nice. Do you see that the 14 is still a little bit off? Can you're probably not able to see that, but it's still a little bit to the left. Okay, so this goes over here. Animation. Boom, boom. Sorry, guys. To me, the 14 looks a little bit weird. It says it might be the visual perception due to the percent. Sure. Interesting. And then we'll switch this over here. This will be centered, change color, and then we're almost there for this part. Oh, right. And then the chart will be interactive. That's the next part. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay. So now we're going to commit first. Oh, I see. It's making this change to the... Why are we doing this? Because I don't remember starting this implementation yet, so I'm going to leave it there for now. So the text, we're going to render it on using the rule of thirds. We're going to position it roughly where the point is. It's going to be right aligned to the first third, the end of this text, and it's going to fade in that first. Then it's then it's going to trigger the fade in for the graph, and the graph you're going to move up where the something happened here was before. And you're going to center the Tesla after 2.5% drops. Make sure all of the animations you do, they are triggers. So it's not going to be based on the scroll. It's just based on if they hit a trigger point on the scrolling, then it exercises the animation. So same animation style that we've done thus far. Maybe a little bit too much in one go, but it's fine because we committed and whatever. If it doesn't work, we'll go slower. I see what happened. One of these, it's putting that SEC file in the wrong project. So whatever, I'll move it. Okay, so, wow, okay. Interesting. That's why you commit, I suppose. Do you see the problem with this? Let me show you. Do I have Shotter? I don't have Shotter installed. I'm gonna install it real quick. I'm gonna try a new thing. Okay, run at startup is fine. So I'm just going to quickly draw it. I'm going to see if it can figure this out. Okay. And then I'll make it a different color. Wait, is there already a different color? No. Okay, we'll try that. Did it just paste that or not? I think it didn't. Might not be able to do that. We'll try again. I'll use the rectangle. It'll be a little nicer. There it is. This one. Yeah, that's a little. Oh no, I can't do that. Sad. What AI do you use? I use Cloud Code. Let me put in chat. One needs to lock in and think of an idea. Okay. Yeah, same. Anyways, I wish that would work, man. Like, why would that not work? I can paste it. Copy. How come when I copy the image to clipboard and Shotter, I can't paste it into iTurn2 Cloud Code instance? Because that would be kind of nice. Maybe we'll do that sometimes. Just draw a little bit and see if it can work. Historically, we haven't had much luck with the Excalibur drawing, but something to be said about drawing. Oh. I guess I'm just curious. I'm just curious about this. Like when I take a screenshot with the defaults MacBook screenshot, I can drag it in easily. Why would it work for that, but not for copying from the pasting from the clipboard? Oh, well, I could do it this way. Okay, I have another way we could do it. Oh, wait, I just realized something. What am I? I can just take a screenshot of the shotter and then put it in. That's what I will do if it doesn't work. Innovative. Bro. All right, I have given you an image. You need to put the personalized brief tells you what something happened here in the red box, and put the graph information in the blue box. We'll see if it can accomplish this task. If not, then we'll have to just be more explicit with the language. Hey, it actually kind of worked. Nice. Okay, I guess I will try that in the future as well. Okay, but not bad. Okay, now we just got to position it the right place. So this is over here. And then the last step of that, the second to last step is it needs to be on the canvas. It needs to be locked. What would you say is a comfortable amount? What would you say is a comfortable amount? I try not to give advice on that. Not to like do that, but it's just like I have no idea. I feel like I would maybe talk about that with someone that I actually know their situation and where they live, and job opportunities are different every place, and sort of that kind of spiel, right? Because I just don't know anything. You know, I can only say based on what my situation was. Like where I live, there's a lot of opportunities, I guess, like the tech jobs and stuff. It's not like easy to get. It's not like it's never easy, but it's just yeah. I think okay, what could I give? Maybe I've been using Cloud Code a lot for kind of life stuff. Not recently, but like I would say a month ago, and it was really good at that. I would just kind of talk about it with it, get some different perspectives, build some documents, read it, and that actually helped me kind of make my decisions about what I want to do. So maybe that would be what I would do. Yeah, because then you can give it the context. You know, you can give Cloud Code the context about what's, and I would get a bunch of different perspectives. That's what I would do. Yeah, makes sense. Cool. I will delete this. Nice. Now you just need to move up the chart a bit, move it up, and then move to the. Actually, we don't need that. The second thing you need to do is we're trying to make this look like it's on the page, so it should feel like it's anchored to the line and that it's on the page. So right now, when you keep scrolling, it's like moving with the screen. But we're trying to create an illusion that it's stuck on the page. Can you figure out a plan for how we could accomplish this? Yeah, using Cloud Code to plan. It's not a bad idea, I'd say. Hey, thanks, Prince Emperor. Oh no, I'm actually going to stop it. Oh no, I did commit. Okay, just making sure. with the design changes, I always try to commit very often. Cool. Okay. Okay, so the chart is absolute position, which we yes, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and do it. Currently work in an independent skate store. Well, that's is it bad advice? That's kind of what I envision. Something like you're a skater. Nice. I used to skateboard as a kid though. It's just the name Kai. It's like I think of like surfer. Granted, that might not be your name. Anyways, the store for the past 6 years is okay. I've also been learning. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Are you working on some? I'm actually really curious on your projects because I have a feeling we might be interested in some of the same stuff. Like, you were interested in the make music video thing. Like for me, that's a lot of fun. So I'm just curious if you're working on stuff like that, kind of visual. I guess you said comfy UI. Generate video. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'd be curious to see. It's probably pretty creative, I imagine. And it's close. This it's actually not bad. It just doesn't quite move quite enough to create the illusion. Right now it's like close, but it doesn't quite move exactly to create the illusion. I'm trying to figure out why. Could it have something to do with the lerping inertia stuff? Maybe that's what's causing the disconnect. Ideally, it's kind of anchored to the line movement. You know what I mean? Like it's like if it's moving with the line, that will create the illusion that it's on the page. Hey, thanks, GeoDev. I'm getting better, I think. But it's going to take some time, probably, to get good at this kind of thing. I need to know all the terminology and the concepts. Unfortunately, we're not able to achieve our goals doing it this way. Do you have any idea? Okay, first of all, we're trying to learn the terminology. What is it I'm trying to do? There's like an illusion where I'm trying to create an effect that's on a page stuck there while the camera is panning, right? That's kind of the illusion we're creating. So there's probably a term for that I want to learn. At the moment, just playing the open source video models. Part size not enough. Gotcha. Yeah, Balt's so messy. I learn a lot. I mean, all day I'm learning stuff. Oh, actually got closer, but what was the issue? So the term is I think it's the same. It's just placebo or whatever. World space positioning. I should play around more with the video models. It's called scene relative world anchoring. It's kind of like, why do you think that'll work? I think it has to do with the acceleration thing, because I notice it's like when I do it more, oh yeah, that's what it is. When I go faster, the more off it is. So it has to do with, so I realize what it is. It's when I scroll faster, it has to do with our acceleration lerping stuff, because the faster that I scroll, the more that it's off. So how could we have it in sync with that? Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, it hasn't done it yet. It's just giving me options. Okay. But that is a big problem if you have two coordinate spaces. I've seen that on the 3GS project that we did. Yeah, let's try option 1. Make sure I committed everything. I think we didn't change much here, so I think it's okay. I'm using Cloud Code, Bell Thomas. Wait, interesting. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Oh, this is gonna look really nice once we get it positioned, because I can see that it's actually successfully got the movement correct as far as like it sticks to the page. But we still have to fix that. All right, there's a lot of, okay. We're gonna add some logging. There appear to be a few bugs where it glitches around, and also the charts are gone. So I imagine they rendered off the page. So there's a few components of like, I think what you need to log is what we can see as the user. You're going to log kind of our, I don't know, our viewport, and then you're going to log the X, Y that you're rendering everything at, as well as where you put the charts, and also the text is changing size and everything. So there's some sort of your mapping between the what the coordinates were and what it became are off and somehow changing. So we need to investigate. But that is decent progress. Okay, now I will get the logs. All right, you got to actually render the, you do the logs of the positioning of the items that are being animated into the site, though. So the chart and the text. Hold on, let me check in something. 1 moment. It is compacting. Fantastic. Okay. Yes. So right now what we're doing, adding logs. What are you doing here? You do not need to do this. Did you add, let's double check if it added the logs because I didn't see it because it compacted it. I will paste all the way over to here. This will give it an understanding of roughly what the coordinates are for what we're looking at. Do you understand the situation? Okay, we went from one coordinate system to another, but why couldn't we go from the SVG? Because that would have been easier, right? Like, we have one SVG. Why do we have to convert everything into that coordinate system? Right? Couldn't you go the other direction? We'll investigate. Well, I won't discard it quite yet, but I just have a question. Why did we go to the SVG coordinate system? Couldn't we go from to the other direction, from the SVG to the coordinate system on everything else side? Yeah. So I might be right. I discard. Yeah. So I discarded your last changes. Try this idea. Hey, D-Hack. Welcome, welcome. Aha, we have done it. Fantastic. We just got to move it in the right place now. This needs to go there. This needs to go there. Cool. I'm going to use this screenshot thing because that couldn't work last time. I'll just do it this way. I'll just ask it to move. Can you just move both to the right? At the end, it's a little bit off. So both the chart and the text, just move it to the right and up a little. Well, yeah, just to the right for now, a bit. Okay. Nice. Now move it up a little bit. Now one could ask, can't you just modify it yourself? But up more, please. Actually, that might be a little too high. Oh yeah, that's too high. Not quite right, right? Something's not quite right. I think it's because this is not aligned here. Hey, Lemuel, we're building an investor platform. There you got lots of data, and you get your today's brief. Every day you get news based on the type of investor you are in your portfolio, and you got portfolio tracking. You can talk with the AI. The AI knows what type of investor you are and helps you a little bit. Gives you data and information. Okay. Move. And then we're going to put another chart under here. Still no, actually. I think we went the opposite direction next. Oh yeah, we went the opposite. I meant 15%. What? Hey Tom, is it me or the copy versus the chart weight is not proportional? Copy versus the chart weight. Copy versus the chart weight. Oh, copy seems too small versus the weight line. I'm confused. What's copy? Oh, I think you're talking about maybe this, right? Maybe this texture. Definitely we're changing this color. This needs to be this color. Can you change this color of this text to this color? Thanks for this idea though, Tom. This is a good idea. This is definitely, this should be over here. I like it better. Nice. There is something still not quite right. We'll investigate. I don't know why it's not quite right. I think it probably has to do with the fact it's floating. But it's definitely, it's getting there, I think. He's talking about the small bar chart. Oh, I think you're, oh, so you're saying the lines of the bar chart are too thick. Is that kind of what you guys are saying? Or maybe you're saying it's not thick enough. It's not proportional. It's too small. So you guys are thinking if we make this chart bigger, it's going to maybe look better. I think there might be something to that. Let's ask. I'm honestly not sure. I can tell something's not quite right. I'm just not sure what it is. So should the chart be a little bigger, do you think? Before sometimes it likes to jump ahead and do stuff. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna grab another coffee, but, oh, and I'm gonna send this. And then we will investigate and try to get this right. That looks definitely better. The opposite, the line is too thick, copy is too thin. Gotcha. Oh, fair point, SG707. Maybe we need to... Oh, I think it misunderstood what we're saying. Maybe we need to put a little more information. What it's supposed to show is Tesla after 2.5 drops, this is the forward return. And I guess I understand now that you mention it, that's not super clear. So maybe we need to change the title. This is what Tesla does after 2.5 drops going forward, but we need to make that concise so it fits. But yeah, we'll explain that more with the title. All right, I'll be right back. Hey guys, I see what you're saying. After coming back, I see what's going on. It's either we make it bigger to fill the space, or we have another graph maybe, but it's like staggered. So you have a graph here, a graph here. However, there is a second problem. We need some accent color, like this white and black thing. I think there should be some sort of color in this that's not just white and black. Some accent somewhere. But which thing? I think it's like SG said the other earlier. We should color whatever we want people to look at. So we don't care about the point. So maybe we color maybe either not the title probably, but the chart instead of white. This is the accent. Okay, so 3 things. First, we decide, do we put 2 charts? I think if we put 2 charts, it's probably a little too much stuff. It'll be right here. Yeah, I'm for making it bigger, I think. See this image here? I'm trying to figure out, should we add 2 charts or just make it bigger? I'm not going to say anything else. Think like a designer. Think of design principles. Whoa, that's buggy. We gotta fix that. That's if you scroll really quickly, I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. Update the implementation doc with what we're going to do. Include the UI elements of that as well. Oh, I gotta check this. Okay, good. It's not making too many changes. Hey, Dev Sora. Let me show you. Just cloud code mostly. And use, I guess the rest are there, but yeah, GitHub desktop. True. Oh, that's a good point. So you have 3 layers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm for making bigger as well. So let's do it. Go. Let's see. I gotta commit a few things, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go through this real quick. Go. Okay, so we're probably going to 2x the size of the chart, and I suppose you can keep the text the same size, but we're going to expand what the headline is so people know what's going on. And we're going to make sure these numbers are accurate, because that would not be so great if we're just putting some random chart. And then it's going to hopefully make it bigger. Unfortunately, I think this is too big, this text. So again, the chart needs to be much bigger. So probably still 2x, I think. The SVG. Somehow with the coordinate system for the SVG too, this is not super coordinated. Oh, there it goes. Nice. Maybe slightly too big, yeah. Right, and it's going to increase the widths of the chart as well. That's probably good. I mean, the widths of the lines. Okay, nice. Yeah, a little too big. Oh, I got it. Okay, this is going to be aligned with the bottom of the point. Right? Oh wait, maybe not actually. No, probably not actually, because you gotta fill a little bit of space. So yeah. Okay. What if we make like maybe our next product, if this doesn't work, we build tools for people to design better? Because this is one of our biggest pain points, right? Is designing. I would use that tool if like it has all, like we build our docs of design principles and everything else, and then that's the product a little bit. Not really sure, but maybe something to think about. I think it's a bit of a problem because this text and this text being different sizes, I think is weird or something. I think these should be definitely the same size. Okay, now they probably have to be aligned a little bit. I'm not sure. Something doesn't look right. I can't quite put my finger on it. Something doesn't quite look right here. Can you try to evaluate, give me some reasons? Don't make any changes though. Also, when you scroll backwards, it should fade out in the reverse direction. That's kind of fun. So it's the little things. It's a little buggy, unfortunately, when you zoom fast. Okay, disconnected narrative. The dot and the bar chart are too far apart. Oh, interesting. There's no visual thread connecting them. The eye has to jump across a void. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because you like read this. The first thing is like, okay, your eye is here. And you see this, but then you have to go all the way over here. Okay, that makes sense. The dot is orphaned. It's sitting alone with nothing pointing to the chart. The connector line is hidden, so the dot doesn't lead anywhere. Left side has 50 words of text. Wow, these are all really good. Can you boil like the concepts for what you've created here down to a document. We're going to add it to our design. Actually create a different doc for each concept. The goal of the docs that you're making is to build a directory of information that's going to teach me how to design. So, you know, things like visual weight mismatch, these kinds of things. I want you, each individual concept here, make a document. The idea behind this is I don't know what I don't know, but as soon as I know the concept name, then I can at least say, hey, this doesn't look right. This could be the reason. And then I can figure out if it is or not. And over time, I'll get a feel for what the problems are. Yeah, I'm on the max plan, Tony. I don't really get close. It's a pretty good value. No compacting. But it had already made the docs, so I'm satisfied. So the concepts are visual weight, visual connectors, negative space, alignment, I mean, imagine you make a website where it's like, it starts with what is the story you're trying to tell, or some sort of like, and it starts with this idea of trying to help you ideate, you know, something like a landing page, right? You want it to be, you kind of do want it to tell a story, right? I guess. And everyone's trying to make unique landing pages instead of kind of AI slop stuff. So it would be like a tool to help people do that, maybe. Might already exist, but we'll take a look. We'll look later. At some point, could you share the usage? Oh yeah, absolutely. I could share the usage, no problem. Let's do it. If you're interested, I did the Cloud Code Max, the $100 one for a while, and it was very good. I mean, you could code 6 hours, and I very rarely run into it, any problems. So nice. So this is kind of up to date. This wasn't using the 2x plan. I mean, sorry, the 2x limits they had in December 31st. It appears actually this time I might actually, but that's because yesterday I went freaking nuts and I did the 8 hours plus a way more. Like I was like, so yeah, but generally 8 hours is plenty for what we're doing. So I'm probably not going to continue at this usage level for the next 6 days. Okay, design docs. Fantastic. I'm gonna go read those later. However, you just compacted the conversation. Do you remember what you were saying before? List all those options you had again so I can read them for what we're gonna do. Or rather, what the problems are. Oh yeah, so the way it works, you have a 5-hour window, and then you have every week you have a certain amount of usage. Hey Tony. Bug is essentially losing focus when you scroll. Oh yeah, so we have been making progress on that though. You're right, this is one bug. But we have been making steady progress. But right now I'm focusing on the looks, and then we'll clean up this state thing that you're mentioning. You're probably right. This is a little complicated as far as at least my understanding. But we will get it all. We're doing one thing at a time. Oh no, absolutely. Feel free to ask any questions, like streaming, and that is part of it. And it also helps the stream when people chat, so I don't mind when people ask questions. So which thing do we focus on first? I think these are all great problems. Which do you think we should focus on first? Yeah, I've always found for me, thinking out loud is how I work, I guess. Even it sounds crazy, but that's kind of what I did. They actually say that in when you're taking courses and stuff. They say, the rubber duck method, where you talk it out loud. That's what I always did when I was like debugging. For some reason, it helps me. So that's what I do while I'm streaming. So the disconnected narrative, I'm going to save these because these are all really good. And we're going to make sure we hit all of them. I'll just make a new tab here. I'll just make a little to-do. We'll delete it after. If viewers don't understand what the dot is, that's true. Yeah. Very good points. This is really good. Okay, one thing that's true about Opus, I don't know if it's true of all models because I haven't really tried it, but the top tier models, but it's very good at this, like figuring out what's wrong with something. It's just not very good at fixing it. So you have to At least doing it all in one go, I should say. If you do it one at a time, it tends to be better. The connection isn't clear, nothing else matters. You could have perfect alignment and hierarchy, but if viewers don't understand that the dot and the bar chart are telling one story, the design fails. Indeed. Maybe we should use simpler, make it very, very, very simple. What happens going forward when Apple drops 2.5%? Hey, thanks, A-Fan. Appreciate it. All right, so but how do we fix it? Is it just visual? I think tell me a little bit what you would do. It said move it closer. I think that's probably true. It said some sort of connector. I don't know how you would do that. We probably should make this a little bit easier to read. I notice whenever I watch the stream, you guys can barely see this text, but I can see it very clearly on my screen. I don't know if that's just what's going on there, but... So it's spatial and temporal. You have a scroll trigger and animation, so the sequence of things, yeah. How would you draw a line? I mean, where would the line even go? Oh yeah, feel free to join Discord, Tom. I'll put it in the chat if you want. I'd love to have you. The chart grows out of the dot. Wait. Is that doable? The chart grows out of the dot. As you scroll, the dot expands or the chart fades in right at that location. So it's like, could it come out of the dot and it's like a circle? Whoa. Wait, that's low-key kind of cool. So imagine this, right? This is in there, like you scroll, right? Boom, you get here, this fades in and then it's like zoom, like that. And then it's a circle. I like it. I'm going to do it. What else is there though? Let's just double check. Yeah, you can drop images for sure. No problem. Let me know if you can't, because... All right, this is really... Hey, guys, check this out. So you know how I said that I liked the emergence one? Cloud Code somehow predicted that I would like it. I don't know if it's just gave me all these options and then the preset is the one that I liked. So that's kind of interesting. Anyways, I don't know how it's learning. Scary. Okay. I really like this idea. I'm thinking, here's my idea, right? Like you get to the end there, it fades in, the dot fades into that, like it's almost like a cutoff view of the chart. And then the next frame, it comes out and it's like a line with a circle. And then it's the chart stuff is in there. I'm going to attach an image of what I'm talking about. So I want to use Shotter again. Make a new one. How do I do that? I just escape, I guess. Okay. So, line. Yeah. It's pretty scary. Circle. But it's like, doesn't look quite right, so I don't want to confuse it by doing things that look bad. Yeah, okay, I'm actually not going to do this because, yeah. I think you can figure it out. Before we continue, do you understand what I'm saying? And I suppose one thing we should figure out is like after it expands out, what does the dot look like? Does it become a solid color again? Cool, let me look, Tom. Curious. Are you a designer, Tom? Yeah, not bad, not bad. I like it. It's simple, it's simple. Did you make that with the image model? It's kind of like this is what Tom said here. It's not, pretty good, I would say. As far as like, it's definitely better than ours, I would say. However, one thing I do want to achieve with our landing page is I want to show what it is. So like we could make a very simple one where it's like you click the button, but also why are they going to click the button? Like maybe they watch the streams, but I would just love it if they can easily see, hey, this is what we can do for you, and then join the waitlists. So that way they're excited. Let's see. So the arrow is supposed to move. Oh, I see. We're used. Let me see. Is there more to it? Let me see. Let me know. Is it like it moves somewhere? This this site or something? Oh, you were saying you're not at all a designer. Gotcha. I think that's what you were saying. What you were saying. The dot isn't just a trigger point, it becomes the chart. Dot sits on the line. Scroll, dot morphs into a circular window. Yes. So I guess I'm imagining an animation. You have the point there, comes out, and then it's just there has to be some line or something. That would look really weird. I'm actually not sure anymore. So it goes here. There's like some line, but then there's like too many lines. I think I'm getting confused because I'm thinking about it, and then there's going to be like another line from the points to the circle, and now there's just going to be a lot of lines everywhere. Do you have any other ideas how we could do this emergence thing? Bro is straight up vibe coding. Yeah, that's what we're doing. vibe designing. Okay, but I'm gonna do the inverse animation. Oh wait, hold on. So the dot itself scales up and becomes the chart container. So you don't need a line. And the chart comes into focus. Oh, the chart slides out from behind the dot. Interesting. The dot splits horizontally, vertically, opening a book or cracking an egg. I don't know. I don't know about that one. The dot pulses, sends out a subtle ripple, and the chart materializes where the ripple lands. I mean, if we could achieve that, maybe that would be cool. What would a ripple look like exactly? Is that like a wave or something? Zoom in cut, film style. The camera zooms into the dot. I mean, that is an option, right? Instead of going like this, you just keep zooming and you zoom all the way in. But I don't really like that, actually. Because you'll have to zoom out to get to the other points, and that's kind of too much of that. For fun. Realistically, though, like, what would this look like? Can you actually achieve this? And also, what do you mean by ripple, I guess? What could we do for that effect? And our goal was minimalism, right? So if we go a little bit too crazy, suddenly it's not very, doesn't really fit with the style. If it's like, freaking all like special effects and crazy particles and whatever else, right? Like fire. It just doesn't really fit the vibe of what we're doing. Maybe the next site. The next site will go crazy. We'll be like, 3D effects or something. Wait, Loki, if we make if our next project is this design site, then we could have it just be like actually crazy. We'll use a bunch of 3GS and animate a bunch of stuff. Sounds kind of fun. We'll use like cool shaders. All right, what are we gonna do? I'm still thinking the zoom, but I have to figure out the line. Well, let's read this real quick. Expanding ring, just a circle. Animate its radius outward. Can't really think of anything that would make sense for that. Because like, okay, so it expands. You know what I mean? Just gonna look kind of asymmetrical. How about each of the lines move? Each dot shows you an event card. Yes, exactly, Tom. That's actually what we're doing. So this is the first dot. Once we finish this, it's going to go to the next dot, which shows our next feature. Like, we have 3 main features, right? 4, kind of. But it's going to be like, this is our first thing. This is our next thing that we can do for you. And it's going to be another dot. And then at the end, it's going to be the portfolio performance. And it'll have all the statistics and everything. Granted, we'll have to think a little bit about, we don't want it to be too crazy with flying everywhere, because that'll be kind of a little too much. Yes. Yeah. Let's see, 1 second here. Okay. Well, this is a simple one, maybe. The chart glows. I mean, the dot glows when this shows up. Nah. Exactly. It actually nailed a big thing, right? We do have to avoid it looking gimmicky, right? Especially if you add effects and weird zoom ins and things. As soon as you start to get really crazy with it, especially if you're doing a minimalism thing, that's going to be weird. So in other words, I think it might be the case that we actually don't want to do any of that. We want to keep it simple and maybe put it a little closer, I suppose. All right, let's go back to this. I think it's interesting, this idea of, okay, so we move it closer, but then the second thing of the accent colors matching. Do you think that would achieve our goals? Okay, I'm gonna take another image. Obviously, should be definitely down a little bit, I think, and over. Oh, yeah. But only a little bit, I think. But it might not achieve a sense of causation or sequence. The reason I kind of like the accent color is we definitely need a little bit of color in this. We can't just do white and gray. So, okay, what we're gonna do, move this down, move the chart and the text, like the SVG and the text, down a little bit and to the left. We're gonna try and connect it a little bit. And go ahead and hook up you see the white line on the SVG? We're gonna hook that up to the accent color drop down that we set for the admin to play around with for that debug tool. And you're going to add a lot more colors, but you're going to take into account this document, which is our design document that we saved in case we need to do this again, which we clearly do sometimes. I forgot what I named it though. Color something. Can you find the color document? It's on the root. So with the sequence about Tesla only, no, I mean, you can do any company. Yeah, well, as many as that we have, we can use. What's the next card about? The next card is going to be our research. Actually, we drew it out, I think. It's this thing where you can like ask your own questions and you connect data. And I suppose we're probably going to change the visual here. Maybe. Test your own market thesis. We'll have to ID it a little bit, but we want to show this research panel. Oh yeah, and then we have our data explorer, which we probably won't show on the landing page. I was thinking, well, at least not in this animation. I was thinking like maybe show it at the end somehow. Not sure yet, but I would like to show it. I think all throughout this animation, we probably will have the join waitlist up here, like the sign in or something. Or maybe this is just join waitlist. You misunderstood. So the accent was for the points and this SVG bar chart here. Hey, Alpha. Yeah. Yeah, Cypher. The links in the description are made by me. Sorry I missed some of your messages, I appear. Yeah, it's Opus 4.5. Hey, morning, Anarchy. Okay, nice. Okay, so it did change the accent of this. So obviously to the right a bit, but just thinking about the accents. Wait, this one is not bad. I think the only thing this text here should be white. I'm gonna let it do that while I see if I can find another thing. Oh, thanks, man. It doesn't really, it's not really a game, I guess, yet. But the idea is eventually I will go back to it and work on games, and because I really love that stuff too. It's so much fun. And especially as these AI models get better, you know, I figure it's going to be a long-term tailwind. Maybe long-term I can just make a bunch of games. Maybe. Maybe. We will see. But I like this too. But I think lots to make. Guys, I actually kind of like this color. I think I just need to change this probably to whites. I would try. Another option is it's white, but as soon as it fades in, it turns to yellow. Like the chart, because that could signal a connection with the chart and the point, like it was saying. Okay, that doesn't really work, right? Oh yeah, it doesn't need to be white, it just needs to be the same color as these. Maybe a little more to the right, maybe? Okay, so what if we make the points so it's white, but then it transforms to this accent color after the graph starts fading in? Do you think this makes sense? Like, and it fades in, it starts fading in right as the 5 day starts, and then it ends right as the 3 month ends. What do you think of this? All right. That's cool. I like it. Color depending on your theme. Yeah, we have a bunch of different accents that we choose from. We tried some of the other accents that we have in our theme, but we didn't really like them. Or I didn't really like them. This is another one if we want a little bit less brightness. I like it to be a little brighter, I think. Yeah, I think just move this a little bit to the right. Oh, this is not right. The forward towards returns of Apple. Okay, let's try it. I Okay, so it's not quite, anyways, I'm gonna change this text first. Also move the SVG chart and the title a little bit to the right. Okay, you make tools, but do you do marketing? Yeah, we have kind of like a marketing plan that we've worked on. However, mostly I've been focusing on building this last month. The product. It's not quite synced is the problem. It's not quite synced, the points, so it's like, it seems to start a little bit after the fade in, so you need to move the animation start time a little bit. Also, can you make the default color this color? Sorry, guys. Let's look. I don't know if I like that, actually. I think for some reason, I think it should be, I think I'm changing it so it starts right as the 5-day starts to fade in, and it actually finishes by the time that 5-day finishes, because it's just loading in. I mean, it's just fading in way too slow. I think it's because your eyes have two things you have to look at the same time. And I think what's going to happen is when you go forward, it's going to reverse fade out and then zoom to the next point or something. We need to clear this up a little bit because it's not totally clear. Okay, is this better? Not really. I think it should be much faster still. So I changed my mind. I think what it should be is it should be it fades to that color first before the animation, like it ends right as the color, it ends right as the chart starts animating it. I said it. That is what's going to happen. How about rather than having the chart on the side? Okay, there are some questions. Let's go through. How big of a side project is this? We've worked on it every day for a while, so yeah. What's the limit cloud? I'd use Cloud Code Max, so the limit's pretty generous, I would say, if you get that version. How about rather than having a chart on the side, you lead with the dot, but make the chart and copy always center. So you're thinking instead of zooming in with the dot, you zoom in on the chart? Okay, let's see here. But I kind of like the idea of starting with the point, because I feel like that gives you context of what we're talking about. Like the chart by itself, people might be a little like, okay, cool. But all right, let's go ahead and implement the reverse fade out, because we're going to need it for the next animation anyways. Yeah, it's too slow though. So I think we should make it so right now it's just too slow. Like, so it just takes too long for the graph to show up. So I guess we should shorten the amount of animation time it takes. And I suppose we will start animating the 5-day, 1 month, 3 month. We will end the color switch on the point halfway through the 5-day animation in. Yeah, it's just not very smooth, I would say. So the cards with chart is always center. Okay, gotcha. I read that. Yeah, I'm feeling like the point kind of makes sense at the moment. Oh, nice. I think that's about right. It's still a little slow, I think. See, I think it should start right when this ends. Okay, so the issue is the color animation for the point should start right as the ends, right at the end of the animation for the personalized brief tells you what. So right then it starts to switch color, and then it will be the right speed. Thanks, Tom. But yeah, I appreciate your comments though, because you a lot of good ideas, like putting it over here. It's a great idea. This probably should be lined up, maybe. I'm not totally sure. Maybe not, though. I kind of like how it looks. I think we're getting there. All right, let's finally do the reverse animation thing. Well, let's fix this bug first. When you scroll really fast, kind of glitches out. So I'm going to commit first. All right, so now what we're going to try to fix is there's a bug where if you scroll really fast, back and forth, it's going to glitch out, and I need you to, you might have to create logs, but first to do a quick little audit, see if you can figure it out. I'll try to capture a screenshot of what's going on. So I'll just okay, perfect. So I think basically, like, if you scroll really fast, you can kind of maybe miss. Oh, actually, I think I know what it is. If you scroll really fast, maybe you might miss the trigger points. So it doesn't. I think there's that component. Oh no. I pressed enter before I was done. So I think what happens is like if you scroll really fast, you miss the trigger points is one component of the thing. So like, for example, if you, once you miss it, then it doesn't fade out when you zoom out. That's number one. But number two, somehow is, I think it's like if you scroll really fast, the acceleration aspect is messing with where it should be. I think the second problem might be a little more challenging, but definitely the first one, as far as the trigger, we can fix that. Still a little slow, I would say, but not bad. So the timeline is not killed on reset. What does that mean exactly? Oh, that kind of makes sense. I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, try to do it. Do we need to explain that this is a portfolio chart? Maybe we just kind of make an assumption that if they don't know what it is, then it might not be for them, maybe. Well, it's worth investigating. Maybe we can make it clearer in case anyone is confused, because it's possible. I'll put this over here. I won't put it over here. I'll put it, I will save it for now over here. Nice. Actually works pretty well now. It doesn't do anything too crazy. Fantastic. I thought that was going to be a harder problem than it was. Okay, the next thing I wanted to ask. One thing I'm considering is that there might be a decently large segment of users that we might not be communicating this clearly enough that this is a portfolio chart. Like when someone first loads this website with no prior information, they're just going to see a line. And it's not totally clear. They're not going to immediately put it together that it's a portfolio chart. They'll probably figure it out as they scroll. But is there any quick win here where we could make it more clear from the get-go without like text and things like this? A gradient fill under the line. Interesting. That is not a bad idea. I want to see what it looks like though. I think a gradient fill is very interesting. Can you go ahead and try to implement this? But before you begin, what do you think, what color should we use? Should we use the accent color for the gradient? Actually, that might just be what this needs, is a little bit like more stuff going on. Right now it's just a line, but a gradient would potentially look actually pretty good. Very interesting. Yeah, let's go ahead and try what you've said here. Okay, not quite what I was thinking. But honestly, not bad. I was thinking maybe a little bit more of a lighter gradient. Also, the gradient's not super smooth. Can you guys see it? Wow. For some reason my thing is not capturing the gradient very well. It's very pronounced on my screen. It's interesting. I think I was thinking the gradient would be a little more subtle. I had this idea of like the gradients dies out before it reaches the end of the page. However, another thing though, the gradient doesn't look very smooth. I'm on my monitor, it kind of has like these lines. I'm not really sure. Is there any way we can increase the resolution here? Okay, now it's a little too subtle, but secondarily, how come the resolution doesn't look good? There's a reason. There's like lines. Do you have any idea? Could it be my monitor? Wait, let me move it over to this monitor. Wait, every monitor is different. Oh, I guess that's part of the problem. Let's try to figure out what looks good on all these. Oh, that's, oh no. Oh my gosh. What happened? That's crazy. My computer's lagging. You have done some very nasty things to the site. Can you explain? Okay, Okay, so let's say we don't use an SVG for the gradient. Is that an option to potentially decrease the or get better resolution? Also, please fix this issue. Hey Vicus, how's it going? So it's going to try a CSS gradient. Oh no, that does not look good at all. Huh. Okay, extremely bad. Remove that too. Let's try to figure out, I mean, look online, look for Medium articles, look for many places to try to see. Also, secondarily, is it my monitor that's having trouble with the gradients? Anyways, revert to the first version you had with a stronger gradient that went to the bottom, and then also look around for potential ways to make it look a little higher resolution. Hey, it's like an investor tool. I think I definitely like this. It's just a matter of like getting it right. Look at the YouTube. Like, I'm gonna put this on multiple monitors. Oh yeah, everyone is way different. That is so weird. Some of them I can barely see it, and some of them it's like really intense. So why banding happens, 8-bit color depth doesn't have enough tones for subtle gradients. Large gradients areas make it worse. Dark gradients show it more than bright ones. Interesting. I actually fixed the banding issue. Interesting. It just made it very laggy. Interestingly, you fixed it. It's just extremely laggy. Is there any way we can optimize this to work on all machines, including mobile? We'll have to support that. Or is this always going to be in kind of like a performance problem? I don't have any Telegram groups, that's Bert. Hey, how's it going, Agam? Is vibe coding something? Yeah, it's actually a pretty good way to kind of learn coding, build projects, have fun with it. I would build prototypes for yourself, maybe something that you find interesting. Right now it's laggy because we're trying to fix a certain resolution thing. Damn. Also, I have this really weird thing. So if I switch from monitor to monitor, like some of them I can barely see any gradient at all, like basically nothing. Some of them it's very strong. Do you have any idea how we can make this consistent, at least as much as possible? Is there any like way we can normalize based on somehow the monitor? Probably not. I mean, I have no idea how we would accomplish such a task. Gotta do what we gotta do. Hey, thanks, Tom. We're getting there, you know, it's just one of those things. And, but I'm having, it's an overall good time, I would say. Wait, I still can't see it. That's crazy. On this other monitor. All right. Still no, actually. Increase it to 30%. More. That's actually starting to look good on the MacBook. It actually looks kind of good. The only place it doesn't look good is this monitor. It looks like shit actually with the lines. Unfortunately, it looks really bad on some monitors, but on the MacBook, it looks actually pretty good. I guess I'll ask, we'll try again. Is there any other way we can make this banding problem less pronounced? I suppose one option is just don't do gradients, right? Pre-rendered PNG. Yeah, we can do that, I suppose. Yeah, we'll probably do that. Yeah, still no. I think we might need to do a pre-rendered PNG. Can you give me the steps to do this? I'll go ahead and try to do it. What's the resolution I have to make it for this website? And dimensions? In Photoshop. One second. So I create the dimensions with 10. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I will try this free Photoshop tool. I think it's this one. By 2000. What do I set as the DPI? Okay, 72 is fine. Good. Okay. Cool. Did I do the inverse? I did the inverse. Wait, what? Does it matter? That's what it tells me, so we're good. Okay, so select the gradient tool. I'm going to take an image. I do not know anything. Where's the gradient tool? Hey, Codename Zulu, how's it going? Yes. That's what we do. Okay, the gradient tool is hidden under the paint bucket tool. I don't see a paint bucket. Where is the paint bucket? Oh, point? No. This technically isn't Photoshop, so it might not be right what it's telling me. But I don't see a paint. I don't see a paint bucket. Oh, I found it. This is the gradient tool. Fantastic. Simple as that. What's next? Add noise. Okay, so hold shift, drag from the top to about 70% down. Interesting. Don't know why. It's about 70% here, maybe. Okay. Oh, nice. Good. Very good. Draw the gradient. I have done that. Add noise. Noise. Set it to 1.5 or 2. Whoops. I'm noticing it's pretty visible here. Is that intentional? It might be intentional. We'll do 1% maybe. Can we do less than 1%? Probably not. Why is it so visible? Okay, the goal is if you squint at the image, you shouldn't be able to see it. Okay, that's true. All right, we'll try it. But I will first take an image of the thing. See what it thinks. Sometimes Mac doesn't show my image. There we go. Cool. What do you think of this? Take a look. We will try it. Export as a PNG. I think we're doing 8 bits. I think it's already doing it. Gradient. Chart gradient. I think it's all good. Okay, I'm gonna bring it into the project. Yeah. Oh, it's caps, what? Stupid. Chart gradient. Oh, what? Is it caps again? Annoying. That's literally what I did. Oh, it's because I put the stupid folder at the end. this point, I'm committed. I guess. All right. We will do it manually. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Okay. It is there. It is there now. It is in this folder. Go ahead and use it. How am I able to stay wired? Sorry guys. What's up guys? Nerd at Night. What am I doing? Yes, it was probably very confusing to any viewers what I was doing there. We're fixing our gradient. I'll show you. This gradient is, so it seems like all professional websites for their gradients, they're not calculating it. They're actually making an image and they build it this way because otherwise every monitor is different and it looks bad on some, looks good on others, and we're trying to make it look good. And so yeah, that's, unfortunately I had to actually open this free Photoshop thing, and but we got it. Did you test for PMF before building in the, thanks JL viewer. We did do market research in the sense that we're looking at what's out there. We feel like we're offering something different. However, whether or not this works, we will find out. Some might argue we've spent too long building, but with that said, I'm going to use this. No one else uses it. At least I can use it and I like it. And that's okay with me. If this doesn't work, we have some other options for what we're going to build next. We're going to try marketing though, give it our best shot and see if anyone resonates with what we've built here. Any tips for mental fatigue? I feel like my brain checks out fairly fast. Maybe just a skill issue on mine. I would say it's kind of like anything. It's like you start going to the gym and at first it like really sucks. And then over time you kind of build. I think it helps if you, okay, there's a few things, right? Like number one, your brain can do something for a long time if you feel like you've done it before. So for example, right, like there's a lot of concepts here, right? Like software engineering concepts. I don't know if you are a software engineer, right? But if you're starting as a beginner or something like this, that's going to add a lot of mental fatigue. However, if you are a software engineer and maybe you have a lot of experience or something, I would say then it's probably just related to just kind of work up to it, I would say. But definitely it's the first thing though. If like you don't have a lot of experience and you're doing this, there's just a lot of concepts, right? Like I've seen these things before. I know these things are, so I don't have to spend a lot of, it's kind of like you have this tree and I'm pruning a lot of the tree as far as what my brain has to think about, because I've already done that in the past. So I just look at this, oh, this word, I don't care. Like, so that's probably something related to that as well. Hope that answers a little bit. I do drink a lot of coffee though. So that's, you know, I am literally probably wired a little bit as far as caffeine goes, but I like coffee, so yeah, cool. So as we can see, the gradient is a lot better, way better. At least I can see it on this monitor, because this monitor, it looked like really bad. It's got like texture to it now. Let me go look at the other screen. The other screen, you can't really see the gradient because it's too subtle. Unfortunately, okay, so on the one screen, it looks pretty good, but on the other two, the MacBook screens, the gradient is too subtle. Do I need to remake this image in Photoshop, or is there any way you can do anything to help me out here? Or do I have to actually go and change the color? Sadness. So what's the deal here? Oh, maybe if they increase the opacity of it, could maybe do it. Oh, done. Stacked it twice. No. Good try, though. Did not work. What's the best? I want to do this the right way, right? Whatever you're doing, is this the right way? Or do I actually have to go back into Photoshop? I'm going to download legit Photoshop here soon, I think. But yeah, it's a little pricey, I would say. But if I have a need for it, I guess I will. We're doing this a lot, design stuff. Okay, increase layer opacity. I'm gonna do it later, actually, because I kind of want to keep going. All right, forget it. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it for now. You guys probably can't see the gradient. It's there. We will make it more intense tomorrow. I guess for now, actually do the hack, because we want to see what it's going to look like once we make the Photoshop changes. Okay, next thing. We're going to do a few items, which is the sign-in. We're probably going to replace with the join the waitlist that we've already implemented. Can you replace the sign-in up top with the join the waitlist? Make it the same style though. And what it should do is it should be the same as the actual landing page, which is here. And you can go ahead and just, when they click that, it's going to open that deal. Okay, we'll do the inverse out, and then the next step is moving on to the next section, which will be interesting. Oh, okay, so I got the join the waitlist. How does that look as you go over? Kind of weird. Anyways, join the waitlist. Nice. Maybe the bar, we should have a bar up here, like the nav bar, kind of like the other places. Well, let's try to figure this out. You see how I was, like, right now we don't have a bar up top. How do we fix this problem of like the text is going over the line? It looks a little weird. Let's join the wait list. Give me some ideas. Hey, Matt. Oh, thanks guys. Can you guys see the gradient at all or not really, right? It's under here. Can you stack like 10 of these gradients or something? Because I still don't, we can't really see it very well. Yeah, go ahead and add that semi-transparent header bar. We'll take a look at it. And the third thing is when the user goes backwards with the scrolling, it's going to actually do an inverse animation. So right now they just all disappear, but it's going to actually play it backwards. So, you know, it starts fading out from the... and it's going to do it somewhat quickly, right? Because that one's not a trigger, right? Before we have these triggers, but when they're actually scrolling backwards, that one's based on the scroll, and that one's going to be inversed. So it starts with the, you know, before you continue, list out the what the inverse is going to look like. Hey, I'm using Cloud Code. Okay, you guys can't see it. We'll try to add it. I can't see it on my MacBook screen either. I can only see it on this monitor. Okay, it's stacking it. All that made it really laggy. So let's remove. All right, remove all the stacking you did. It made it laggy. So just do the one. Okay, added a semi-transparent bar. Oh, nice. That's cool. That actually looks really good. Maybe just a little bit more, but... So can you add the semi-transparent bar? I'll just go a little farther down. So that's up here if you guys can't see. It's like this little fade and you guys probably can't see it. Just the nature of the stream, but right here, you see how there's a little black, so behind the join the waitlist, you can still see it. So you click it, join the waitlist. Okay, now the inverse thing. Okay, now the inverse thing, list out how you're gonna do that. Hey, I started with making Minecraft plugins when I was in high school. Cool, thanks, man. I think most people that I know that like programming, they usually started by making projects. Like they were just kind of building stuff that they like and having fun with it. So trigger add. Yeah, that sounds good. Do you understand that this is not going to be a trigger thing though? It's actually going to be based on the scroll. Do you understand why we have to do that? Because like the reason is if someone goes like this real fast, it goes really quick. It should just very quickly happen. It shouldn't be the same speed loading in. It should be just has to be based on. Yeah, I hope that makes a little bit of sense. Hopefully the AI understands. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Also the chart though, we're going to do the same order where it's like 3 month, 1 month, 5 day fade out. You understand? We have to do that anyway, because that's actually going to be what happens when you go forward to the next section. So I commit before it goes, because whenever you're doing design stuff, I like to just commit as often as possible. I'm going to be right back, guys, just in a little bit. Oh, we started a VS Code. Nice. Yeah, for sure. I'll be right back here. I'm back. Let's see here. Put this here. Annoying. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, cool. So zoom in. Pretty good. Oh, it did the inverse. Check it out. Actually, it looks pretty good. It's subtle, but nice. Before, it just kind of all disappeared. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. We'll move on to the next. So what happens now? That's the question, right? I think the first thing is it will fade out as you're going, but I have to think about it because I'm not sure. And by think about it, I mean talk to the AI and try to see if it says something I like. Okay, so let me, got to love these speech-to-text apps. It's true. Let me commit that. So inverse loading. All right, so our next step, we have to figure out what we do next. Here's the gist, right? We have three products or three features of our product we want to show. The idea is every part of the graph tells a story. So there's the first point where the forward returns. The next point is like research based. It knows what type of investor you are. The AI knows your portfolio and you can generate charts. You already have a chart, so we probably won't show another chart in the next step. Let me send you a few images of what I'm talking about. My MacBook does not like showing. Okay. So before you continue, verify that you know what I'm doing. Thanks, man. I think on some monitors this, on some monitors this is a little too dark. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Do you like it? Do you ever like compare to Whisperflow and see which one you like better, like your own or Whisperflow? Well, I suppose before we continue, there is one thing we want to investigate. We made this little thing talking about all the problems of our design. So let's maybe validate that we've at least solved one. Oh, I just deleted it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new one. Take a look. What do you think now? Here's a new image. If you were to guess, have we fixed anything? I think this probably should say your personalized portfolio brief. Your daily personalized portfolio brief. It's a little bit long. Well, got it right. That was the thing we worked on, so it's supposedly it says we fixed it. Yeah, that's probably true. We're not going to do all of these at the moment. So what are some quick wins we could do? Break this up into what percent each is causing problems. Hopefully that makes sense. I just want like a percent, and then we're gonna fix the most important thing. When you say a subtle connector line, what do you mean by that exactly? Like, what would it point to exactly? We have so many lines. Don't you see the problem with adding more lines? Check it out. Oh yeah, sure. That'd be kind of cool. See the difference. The only problem is if you bring it closer, I mean, but then where would this text go? Problem is, I think this is one of those things that I'll wake up tomorrow and see, because we've been looking at it all day, so it's kind of hard to see the exact issue on how to fix it. Wait, that's not a bad idea, actually. Something happened here. Your personalized brief tells you what, and then this is under what are the forward returns when Apple drops 2.5, and then you have a big chart. Maybe. You could make it really big, this chart, so it kind of like spans almost like the whole thing, right? And then you put this under it. That could be interesting. Like it's almost like following this diagonal line with the chart. I think it would have to be moved up a little bit though, so you can see clearly the title. I mean, you could line it up perfectly with this, and then it's just like the size of the thing. And then you have the text right here. I actually think that might look pretty good. Yeah, actually I'm pretty, well, I want to see what it looks like at least. And then we will decide. So what I'd like to do is do your option 3. Put it below the chart, and you're going to make the chart much bigger than it currently is, probably 2x the size of this SVG chart, and move it up a little bit. Still make sure the headline, that text though, is centered on the chart, but it's under it. The reason why you need to move it up is because we need to make space for the text under there. This is an experiment. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling it might kind of be cool if the chart follows the line almost. Hey, Bravo, how's it going? And then while it's doing that, we're going to decide what we're doing next. One thing I'm confused about, the user is scrolling forward, right? So I think what we don't want to do is have it like zoom out and then zoom back in, zoom out, zoom back in. That's probably not a very fun experience. Do you have any ideas for how we could get the user to the next point in a better way? Wait, Bravo, you're a designer. What do you think? We're getting there, maybe. Pan along the line. Oh, that's cool. We follow the line. But it has to be a very smooth, like, panning. But that's another option. The whole thing fades out, right? So you do this zoom, and then it's like, you zoom again, and this fades out, and another line is drawn or something. And it does a nice little animation. Now we're building the landing page for the waitlist. So we're redesigning the this page. What's going to be our landing page for longer term, I suppose. Based on what we're doing, what do you think? I mean, hypothetically, let's say we did fade it out and then we start another animation of like a line rendering. How does it fit with the story, I guess? Let's try to make a document of the story that we're trying to tell with this. Yeah, it's asking me to find it. What you're doing. What do you think of this? So it starts here. Maybe a little too much. You can be honest. It's fine. Actually, it's probably better if we just figure out earlier that maybe some people don't like it. The idea is we're gonna go through each of the steps on the chart. Like there's gonna be a bunch of points on the chart and then it'll show the product is the general idea, I'd say. But we are doing some things. Remember, we're doing some weird coordinate system stuff. So you need to understand what we're doing there. So undo those last changes and do a more thorough analysis. And once you figure out how this works, make a doc here. Oh, that makes sense. The third feature is the portfolio tracking. So the idea is that's at the end because it's like tracking the performance of how you did. Hey, thanks, Corey. It's not a good sign. Bravo says nothing. He's probably like, eh, it's okay. You can say it. if you're watching, like, you can totally say, hey, you know, I'm not really a fan of this. If you have, actually, I'd really appreciate if you have like feedback and you're like, hey, maybe this is a little too much. From a designer's perspective, it's valuable. But maybe if you see where we're going, then you can also have feedback for that as well. So are you thinking not even having a line for the research so we don't continue this line idea? Okay, does this make sense? Something happened here. What are the forward returns? It's maybe not quite the right text. I think instead we say Prism's personalized portfolio brief tells you what? Prism's personalized daily brief tells you what? Okay, that's what we're changing this to. Does that need a comma? Yeah. It's a little too long now, though. Our personalized daily brief. We should say our. Hey, Corey. Hey, thanks. Corey. Hours better. Sure, do it. However, if it's just the chat interface, don't you think that's a little dry? What else? I guess it's just like a... How will it play out, though? Is it like as we scroll, it types out something and generates a chart, something like this? Kind of gives it a little flow of what it does. Yeah, that sounds really good. So you go like this, you scroll, fade out, thing comes in, it just comes out of the center, I don't know, somewhere. Does our little chart generation thing, asks a question. In your design, though, you have to be heavily inspired by what's on. A lot of the design needs to match. However, we are doing a very minimalistic approach. So the lines should be, You know, you can take some creative freedom and making it a little more minimalistic. However, okay, so the first step, we're fading out. Now we need to figure out, first of all, how do we fade out? Like roughly what style? Then it's like, how does the thing come in? Are we going to make it come out of this? You know? So that's the next two steps. Let's talk about it first, though. I feel like this is not right grammar, right? I like we tell you what it means. Wait. The problem is brief is not so clear, right? What is a brief? Our newsfeed connects it to your portfolio. Something happened to our newsfeed. Nah, it's not really a newsfeed. Our daily brief. Our daily brief connects it to your portfolio. A little long. Based on what you said here, we want a better long-term fix for this. What do you recommend? We'll think more on the title there. I think I'm going to go with, for this, I'm going to go with our daily brief shows what it means, yeah. It's maybe a little too fast, actually. Like if you scroll quickly. Also, it should be something happened here, then that. Yeah, definitely some things to fix, I would say. How are we going to achieve this? Cool. That'll make it easier long term. Oh, nice. Yeah, and then the text goes under. It could work. A little too big. The experiment is almost complete on this thing. I'm not sure. This actually didn't end up looking quite what I was thinking. Problem is, you see the graph first, right? No title. You have no idea what it means. Yeah, when you load this in, you got to see the title. You can't go from here to there. Then you have to go look around for the title. Like, what the hell does this mean? Then you find it. It doesn't really work. Yeah, it doesn't really work there. It's worth a try. So I guess I revert it to what it was. I'm just trying to think if there's any way to make that work. And if you try to fit it in here, it's just going to be really cluttered. So I'm going to revert that last change. But with that said, I still don't really like it. Well, we'll come back to it. It probably needs a fresh set of eyes after sleeping. But I'm going to work on the next one now. Kind of get them maybe hooked up, and then we can kind of work on it the next few days, I would say. How are you going to actually achieve the typing effect where you're like typing? Is it sort of just like a fade in thing you're thinking? I guess that works, yeah. Go ahead and start implementing it. Try to make it work. I think I see like a little bit the disconnect between the dot and the chart. Definitely gonna need a fresh set of eyes, I think, in the morning. Whoa, okay. Oh, that's kind of neat. Actually, wait. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually, already. This is like some sort of exploration of the graph. You just have to make it pause a little more, but other than that. I think it should actually make you do a little bit more of that. You pan across the line and then it fades out. Oh, wow. Well, we'll include a more advanced question and things like this. And we'll maybe put the... I want people to know it's kind of like a tab. Right now it's not so clear what the product is still, even if it's going through all these things. Let's get everything hooked up first, maybe though. Okay, a few things. There needs to be more of a pause. Like even if you're scrolling, there's more of a pause on that something happened here, because it's very easy to scroll past. Number two, I want you to make it so it follows the line, that panning a little bit more. So it should pan a little bit more up and to the right, and it should be panning for a little bit longer before the fade out. Number three, I want you to, instead of what you've done there, the way it should come up with two chat messages, one for the, don't do the correlation one, do the accumulation throughout, how did returns accumulate throughout January, or no. Yeah, how do returns accumulate throughout January? And then the message where it's like explaining what it's going to do. And then it's going to do that generating chart animation. You can find it in our code base. It doesn't need to be the same colors though. And then it comes out with the chart as we've saved. You can look in the tests to find kind of like what it looks like. It's the recovery period chart. And then that's it. We got all the things that we need to communicate. And we'll just hook up the last thing, and maybe, actually, we'll just hook up all four things, and then we'll see what do we keep, what do we do. Actually, keep the correlation. I changed my mind on one thing. Keep the correlation idea. I think that's a good one. We'll just keep that for now. Hey, I do this every day. Sorry, Blue. I've just been kind of distracted with this at the moment. Do you have investors? No investors at the moment, but I might apply to some accelerators. I'll probably apply to YC at least. But whether that works or not, I'll let you guys know if it works. Yeah, I'm a developer. I was an engineer for over 4 years. Which is not a super long time, but reasonably. Okay, so. It just needs to change. I think it's still editing. Oh, I should have saved that last thing. That was kind of a mistake on my part. But it should be okay. Wow, okay. One moment. I did Java Spring for some years. I don't like what you're doing. Can you actually undo all the changes you just did? There's these last few changes. So to the prior points, I actually, I think there was a command for this, but for the last query. Yeah, that's not what I was thinking. So I'm gonna undo it. The reason I'm undoing it is not because like I felt like it was unrecoverable, but mainly because I liked kind of how it was before, and I should have committed, and that was my mistake. So this tends to be a little bit risky. It's an investor platform, so you can right now it's coding, so I gotta wait. But oh, nice, good. See, this is what I wanted to keep. I didn't want to lose this. I gotta restart the backend though. Looks like and the front end. But... I gotta wait. This alone will make me switch from warp. Build my own warp. All right. Okay. Enough is enough. We're going to figure this out. So warp appears to have some problem with killing processes quickly. Just give me the command to kill the process myself. 3,000. 5,000. Honestly, I might build a little, because we built a little tool for window management. We might just build a little thing to replace this, because I don't really like anything else about warp. Maybe the autofill, but they've annoyed me. Okay. Okay, perfect. Good. Great. So we're going to commit this. Sorry for, I will answer your question momentarily. I will commit this first. Good. Okay. We also made another change. I'm going to check. It's the Data Explorer. I'm going to look to see if we have a new folder structure. Interesting. It's not bad. I kind of wanted to keep the same styles as before, though. So we're going to direct it to probably fix that. But as far as the functionality goes, it's roughly correct. Let's test actually the... Actually, it's not bad. Okay, so the issue that I was thinking of the trees, I think it's not too bad. Where it gets too big. Anyways, to answer your question, it's got a lot of components like a portfolio tracker, today's brief, data explorer. You can do research as the AI, you can connect data, you get your news. That's kind of the gist of it. Oh, sorry, I missed some of this stuff. This anti-gravity. I know that was warp. So you will scraping website to get the data and align them and send to, which we try not to do is scraping because yeah, a little bit dicey. As far as that goes, everything we do is pretty legit. This is just government data that we have here, and we pay for our price data. I do have prior coding experience. I'll put this in the chat. I hope that answers some questions. Okay, now that we committed, I'm gonna send tried to start it. So I want you to keep the same styles as before. So you added these kind of colors to separate them. I don't really want this. So, you know, the folders you did is great, but keep the same general minimalistic style that we had. Just name research agents. Maybe, but the problem is the target user doesn't know what that is, I think. I feel like agents, like we know what that is because we're kind of in the know. But these are sort of potentially older folks who watch CNBC. Maybe they know agents, but maybe they have it's only something they feel like they've seen and they don't really know. There's war in Venezuela. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose that's true, but feel free to elaborate. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a little bit of a pause before we go to the next step, because right now there's not enough pause between that beginning, that first point and the next point where we go to the research. So go ahead and you're gonna 5x that pause if you added it already. I think it shouldn't require as much scrolling as it does right now. It should be pretty like quick. I just could double check, but yeah, we committed. Great. Okay, so it should have updated potentially. Nice, perfect. Oh, this looks great. Okay, this is cool. Okay, so now I'm gonna commit some stuff. It's committing time. Now we're going to bring in our SEC data. Okay. And now, oh, we have broken it. Oh, too much pause, I suppose. You put the pause in the wrong place, so it's supposed to be right when all the elements are showing, like the chart and our daily brief shows what it means for your portfolio. It's that end of the first step before we were going to fade out the line. That's where you put the pause. Even though the term agent is getting pretty broad, yes. For us, we know agents. We know what we're talking about. For other people, they might have familiarity, like they've seen it, but they don't really know what it means. We try to keep this app simple. We try to make it big text. It's kind of putting the pause in the wrong place again. It's supposed to be at the very end. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to switch over. So take a look at our SEC demo here. I just go look for it. It's the SEC Financials Explorer, and you're gonna hook it up to Firebase. It's located in the same place we stored it there. You're gonna populate this now in our collections. So I'm not sure. You need to double check. So audit the Firebase, see if you need anything to store based on the collections. But I'm not sure. I think you do. I think you're actually creating those collections on the front end, so you might not need to make any changes. You just need to display it for us to view. The way it should be is it's like cash flow statement, balance sheet, income statement, and you have the those are the things you're displaying, and the folders are the companies under the company financials. Each company is going to be in a folder of what industry they're in. So you're going to need that mapping though. So you actually have to create that if that's not stored, which is not in Firebase. Yeah. I think what you're going to do is you're going to build a little script to update that for now. And then you're going to update the script we do to grab this data. From now on, we're going to categorize them based on the industry, so that way we have it available. So go ahead and make a plan, put it in here. That doesn't really matter, just here. Cool, you put in this pause. Now make it like 3x less, I would say. So maybe 25% of what it currently is. And what it should do after the pause it should pan across the line, so up and to the right, and should do that for a reasonably good amount of time. So they should be able to see the chart, and they should like pan off the line, if that makes sense. And then it fades away, and then it comes to this. Cool. Nice. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I actually wanted to go even faster. I wanted to like legit. Well, maybe not actually. I noticed the chart is moving up for some reason. So the way you should do this though, after we get past the pause, it's gonna do the reverse fade out trigger thing, where it's gonna fade it all out. That not everything though, just the line will stay, but all the text and the graphs and everything. Also reduce the pause by another 50%. There's a little bit of weirdness going on. I do not like it. Too much pausing stuff. We remove the first pause, I think, just a little bit. Way too much pause on the dot as well. So that should be just kind of a subtle pause, very subtle. So you need to reduce that by quite a lot as well. In fact, I think what it should be, now I'm realizing something, it shouldn't be a pause. It should be like a forced slowdown, but it should always feel like you're moving. So it should just be like, it slows for a little bit. The problem is right now it's like really jerky. So it should be like kind of just a forced slowdown, and then it moves on to the next thing. I put this here if anyone's interested. Is interested to join our little community. Very not good. Okay, so there's quite a few things. Number one, the it needs to, those graphs and the text after the point, after you get past that, it needs to fade out way faster. Number two, the line no longer fades out. There should be a little bit of space in between when it fades out to black and then when the thing appears. And there's a few other things, but yeah. The actual pause is a little bit too much as well. Probably should zoom in faster as well. And the actual turn there is a little jerky. Should be a just gradual acceleration thing. Also, the turns are a little jerky, so like you can tell really clearly when it switches directions. It should be kind of like a gradual turn. Think of like a, I didn't know what I'm saying. You know, think of the acceleration thing, right? Imagine you're in a car and you're accelerating. It should be that kind of gradual sort of thing. Also, show the line for a little bit longer. So it should pan, show the line for a little longer, then fade out. Right now it fades out a little too quickly. Pauses more at the point than it actually does at the end, so they need to switch that. The point is a small pause, it's the inverse. There we go. That's a lot better. Nice. Yeah, oh, that's quite a bit better. The second turn is still a little not good, but I wonder if it's fixing that. Okay, the second turn is still a little bit too jerky as far as like changing the direction. So interestingly, you actually made it more jerky. Now we need to figure out exactly architecturally here what's going on. Why is this challenging to add this acceleration to make it smooth for the changing of the direction? Because this should be relatively simple. We've done this many times in the past, so just gotta understand. See, that's the thing. I'm telling you, never approach zero velocity, right? We're never pausing throughout it. So just simplify this process, right? It's just a matter of like, we are slowing it down a bit, but it's not like an actual pause. Actually, what you said for number one, actually do those things. Do number one there. Basically, think of it, we're always going to be moving. There's no stopping. So I'm sending it to do that. That's why it's changed the screen. Oh no, it's compacting. Worst time. Ideally, we were thinking this would be interactive, but we'll have to figure out how to do that. And we'll show the charts and stuff you can make here and whatnot. Okay, sounds complicated. Let's see what that does. Oh, nice. There we go. That's exactly right. Although it messes up the thing a little bit with the text. It has to do the movement with the text as well. So one problem is whatever you've done, you have to make sure that, we're trying to maintain the illusion that the text is on the page and the chart is on the page. And so if you do some calculation like this, it has to also be applied to the text. And so before you continue, do you understand what I'm saying? Repeat back. And then we'll get to the portfolio tracking. I don't like that actually. I think it should just do a very quick fade out instead of this kind of weird, because it's like, where are we going? Oh, that just goes away. It's like, okay, we aren't going anywhere. Just a waste of time. To just fade out right here, probably. I'm testing if it's related to So what's happening is it's breaking the illusion a little bit because the text is moving more than the line somehow. It's like moving back and forth. So it's not totally rooted in the same positioning. Okay, and then the second thing you're going to change, we're actually going to fade in much sooner. Fade out much sooner than right as we start moving after we've rendered the charts and the line, I mean all the text. After this first step, we're going to fade out pretty quick. We're not going to follow the line very well. Figure out how to word that. So be like right here, be like, then fade out. No, you made it too soon because now you can't even see it. I was talking about the line itself, not necessarily the text itself and the chart were good, but you're supposed to kind of fade out the line. So clearly it wasn't clear enough. Huh. Okay, not bad actually. Okay, there we go. I think we got it roughly. Roughly right. We broke the illusion a little bit of the text on the page. So we'll have to investigate. I'm not going to commit that until we fix that. But actually not bad. It's just that initial fade in where it's moving. That's what breaks the illusion. Okay, let's set up the third one. So we have everything at least set up. Let's fix some things on the research. Yeah, if we fix this illusion thing, it's going to be just pretty good. There's some things we have to work out as far as the design, I guess, a little bit. But I am fine with it, at least for tonight. That part. Okay, I'm going to commit this. I'm not going to commit these to, It's more of a risky change, I would say. Okay, the next thing is you see on this page here. We're gonna replace so the top part is totally good. It's just the chat area. We're going to have what you've said here, but you're going to replace. So you're going to get rid of that line there, and you're going to create another chat thing underneath, like it's sending another message, and it's going to have a little chart generating animation, and then it's going to generate a chart of a fake correlation, and it's going to be in similar style to what we've done for that Apple chart on the first animation. So like a similar kind of style. You're gonna develop that as an SVG. It's that prototype, the chart prototype that we're using on these first frames. Before you continue, please validate that you understand what I'm saying. So I'm just making sure. Sometimes it actually doesn't find that chart. So just double check. Yeah, I'll fix it tomorrow. I use Cloud Code. I'll put the thing in the description there. I think it's actually /tools maybe. I don't know. I use Cloud Code. I use NeoVim for kind of our docs. Yeah, no problem. Yes. Oh, sorry guys, so you guys could not see what I was doing. We probably have to introduce a little bit of more of a pause, or at least a slowdown, because if someone decides to go really fast, it's just like. Okay, so the rolling correlation, it should be like a line chart. Okay, this should just be, yeah, this is kind of a little basic, but it's fine. We'll just keep it for the moment. This is just what it's going to be as far as the general layout. I don't know. We probably won't do this particular question because we don't want to have the user doing too much thinking to like read the doc. Yeah, it's like, just to be as simple the whole thing. And it should be a line chart as well. But I'm going to commit it because we want to move on to the next thing. I kind of want to get all three of the skeleton sort of hooked up. Okay, the next phase, look at our story doc. Also, I think there's another doc too, but do you know what the next phase is here? I'll go ahead and make sure you clarify your understanding. I don't know. I have to actually think about this. What do you think makes sense? Like, I don't think we should show the same line. So we have to understand where we're going from here. We just fade it out. We could do a zoom out, I suppose. But it has to blend in nicely to... let's ideate a little bit on what this could be. I'm waiting for this data to show. We can explore a little bit. Maybe this one. But I mean, how would we get there? That's the question, right? I think it would be kind of cool if... I want it to be... so there's this like fine line you have to do between gimmicky and like... This is a minimalistic website, right? But how do we do a thoughtful transition between our fade out of the line to this research workspace and gets to the performance? So, I mean, they just entered a question, right? So if we could somehow tie this in, right? They use this question to try to get to a good performance. That would be how you could potentially get the narrative to make sense there. So it's like, what's the full flow there? It's like, oh, you start with Apple, right? You have this forward returns. You get to the research workspace. You ask something else about Apple, and then from there, somehow we get a nice transition to the performance, which is like it's going to render in a bunch of lines of how you performed against the S&P, and then we'll have our full statistics list with the portfolio tracking and everything. I think, but we have to figure out a number of things. Number one, what's the question we're asking in the research workspace that correlates with the Apple question at the beginning, and then also the interaction between what I said before. How do we get from this page to the portfolio tracking? So let's ideate a little bit. Hey, Selim, how's it going? Happy coding. I agree. Happy trees. Probably the dot and the line should fade out together. We come up with a more advanced, a slightly more advanced question that's maybe some sort of correlation thing. It's a gentle balance, not too, don't want to scare away people. There we go. Yeah, this is pretty good. Let's go ahead and update that. How do we get from the research page, though? What's the animation to the final page? What do you use as your database? I use Firebase, Fire Storage. Sorry, yes. Okay. Oh, perfect. Yes. Yes. This is great. I think it's what you said. 2 lines and then... Wait, what does that say? Research UI. Perfect. So it's great. I think exactly what you said here. And the idea is it's going to become full screen, similar to the beginning, except this time you have your portfolio line and the benchmark line, and then you get all your statistics. And we're going to show all of our statistics, and you're going to take a little bit of inspiration from how our portfolio page is designed. It actually will be a very similar layout. The line's going to come up, and then you're going to have that sidebar, even with the potentially the positions and the statistics. It's going to look very similar to that page. I don't really like it when, like, if you do a landing page and it doesn't look similar. So we're going to try to make sure. We're going to take inspiration. So it's not going to be exactly. We're going to take inspiration from the layout. So it looks very similar, but we're going to use the colors and the minimalistic idea of the landing page thus far. The only problem is we used accents and then we don't carry through with the accents, but whatever. We'll do it tomorrow. You recommend Firebase for storing large amounts of data? It depends how large, but for any, you know, we're storing a decent amount, but you know, once you get to a large amount of users, you know, tons of retrievals and everything else, then you can reconsider probably the option. But as far as like any reasonable scale, this website will be totally fine. So I don't really worry too much with it. Yeah, right. If you're trying like a truly scalable solution, you know, use S3 or something else. You know. It doesn't depends what you're doing exactly, I guess. Also depends a little bit like what you expect. You know, are you expecting a lot of retrievals? Are you expecting a lot of writes? But you know, that's probably not something you're gonna have to deal with unless you're scaling, like I said. So yeah, you don't have to worry too much, like in a prototype especially. Nice. Okay, so we got our line. We'll see what it does as far as how it transforms it. We'll definitely work on this first step tomorrow. I don't think it looks a little weird. I'm looking at this as well. This will help us get our data shown that we have in our finite. Oh right, this thing. But it's there. Interesting. The only thing is it should like transform. That'd be cool. Like it takes this line and transforms, like fades out and zoom. It's kind of like a zoom in almost. And it will get all the statistics. There's some problems here, I would say. Quite a few problems, actually. No, this is so not what you need to do. There's quite a few changes. Number one, it should be more like a zoom. So we're zooming in on this chart. We're zooming in on this chart, and then it's going to show up with some statistics. However, you did way too much as far as like the containers and everything else. This is supposed to be a very minimalistic design. Not a lot of colors, very monochrome. You're going to do totally monochrome for now because we're going to add the accent after But yeah, it's going to be a zoom in. And then once you zoom in, you're going to show it's going to be kind of like a little chart, but a very minimalistic, like simple lines, white lines around this chart with the statistics. No green, no red. Again, monochrome. So go ahead, try again. Nice. That's actually a lot better. It just needs to do a little transform. It's actually pretty good. It just needs to do the transform, and I'm actually decently happy with that at the moment. Actually, I'm gonna validate before I commit that. That's working. Okay, just making sure. Okay, the only thing is I want you to literally take that line and like transform it into the bigger line and then fade in all the other things. That was the idea, right? So it's like you're almost zooming in on the line, and then it's like just the lines for a little bit, and the line should remain the same. And then it fades in the portfolio tracking stuff that you've done here. Does that make sense? Repeat back to me what I'm saying here. Hey, Sodahead, how's it going? Yeah, we'll fix that. Kind of bothers me a little bit. Okay. I am waiting. There was an attempt. I guess it's still going. It's not bad, I guess. Hey, thanks, Marcus. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Very bad. You've done a lot of things. I discard it. These last two. You see what happened here? The idea is you take the line, right? Fade out everything else but the lines. Then you zoom it into place, zoom it in place, and then you fade in all the other items for the portfolio tracking. So you might need to do a little bit of transformation as far as that it's getting bigger, right? And you did a little bit of that. However, you need to make sure to also remove the other lines. Ah, no. No. I gotta say it again. Dang it. All right. All right. So what you did before was pretty bad, right? Like the lines totally messed up. I discarded your changes. They were so bad. What you need to do is you got to take the lines, fade out everything else but the lines, and then you transform the lines to the new place, scale it up, then you fade in all the portfolio tracking and everything else around it. Sometimes this process makes me feel like a little bit of an idiot. Just like, all right. That should work. So make sure there's no final, like you didn't replace the line last time. Like you had 4 lines. Remove the old lines. Transform these lines into where those lines were. All right, we've done it. Hey, you've Reg. ASCT. Working on our landing page for our tool that we have, or our platform we've made. It gives you news, portfolio tracking, and you can do research, and you can generate charts. And we also have lots of data that we are bringing in that you can explore in a good way. And that's our platform. But now we're building the landing page because our old landing page is outdated and not as cool. Launch when? I don't know. It's gonna launch when it launches. I'm moving as fast as I can. So, but probably within a few days. I keep saying that, but probably. I'm not gonna get too crazy about it though. It doesn't really matter if it's a couple days or 3 days or 4 days, but one of these days it's gonna probably tomorrow or the next day. That would be my guess. This is the landing page is taking a little longer than I expected. I kind of thought we'd get it done today. So I will need to spend probably a good portion of tomorrow too on this landing page. The landing page is important because it sells the thing. So that's why I want to make it good. So I'm willing to spend another day or so. Hope that, thanks, man. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be cleaning this up, right? We got the basic idea of like what's happening here. But tomorrow is going to be really trying to make it polished, as well as the other things we're doing. Bringing lots of data, more data, and fixing probably a few bugs as well. I think we didn't fix the dark mode charts and stuff. Typing over here, it appears it's doing some very strange things I'm telling it not to do. Thanks, Marcus. Can you check out the, have you checked out the public stock trading website? What is that? What are you using to vibe code like that? Are you really using? Oh, and what are you really using? And what vibe coding tools would you recommend? I would recommend coding real-time apps. I'm not sure, but Cloud Code is really good. I recommend it. Opus 4.5, a good model. Yes, almost. You were so close. Please don't change anything related to the portfolio tracking and the cool thing you made. You kind of changed the UI a bit. I just wanted you to do a transform of the graph to the place that the lines were before, and don't modify the rest of the UI on the portfolio tracking thing. I will discard it if it cannot, because I liked it before. So the key is when you're doing design, you need to commit 10 times as frequently, because you will mess things up. So what I always do, as soon as I like something, I commit, and then I'm just going to discard it if we cannot. It's almost like we're going to end up in a trash place way more frequently when we're designing, because there's so many different. It's not like it's correct or not. Normal programming, it's like it's either working or it's not. This is like somewhere in between. Like the spacing could be infinite values. So that's why I would say you have to commit more. And which best vibe code IDE? I like Cloud Code. Cloud Code is really good. What has happened here? It looks like the backend stopped. Oh, nice. Check it out, guys. Now it's just a big check to see if the data works. Internal server error. Let's go ahead and grab this error, I would say. 500. We need more logging. We're getting 500s here. Can you add more logging though? Not much logs. No logs. Logless. It tried. You were so close, but what has happened is interestingly, it looks like it was moving, but there's some sort of interference. I'm going to send you a image. We're so close. Go ahead and there's maybe some sort of list 3 potential reasons. Go through and analyze this. Okay, we're gonna get some logging on our data sources. Fantastic. Something related to auth. Very bizarre. We will find out what that's about. But I have a feeling it's a minor fix, which is good. Ah, so close. Niceness. Okay, we're going to commit it because it's close. Sort of weird and glitchy is the word. Very good commit message, I would say. Now we get a 404, but progress. So go ahead, take a look here. Wait, there's some problems, right? We shouldn't be getting the SEC filings from cloud storage, right? Do you understand what we're doing? Because we've already extracted out the data. We're not going to storage. It's in Firebase. Double check. All right, chat time. Oh, thanks, Yuvraj. Appreciate it. All right, it's pretty glitchy. You need to check that there appears to be... It's hard to know for sure. Can you do a quick little audit of these lines? What are all the things that make it move? And why does it spaz around? Get back to me so we can talk about it. I've been a programmer for since high school, so probably 10 years, I would say. But mostly in college and then in the job. This makes a lot of sense. Let's fix this. Aha, we've done it. Fantastic. All right, that's kind of what I wanted to get done, the skeleton of what we're going to polish tomorrow. So I'm happy we got that. Now we're going to, I'm actually going to stop it because I like it. I'm just going to commit it. Very nice. So this is our skeleton for tomorrow. This is what we would like the landing page to communicate. It's is reasonably okay. And then there's going to be probably a fourth section about the data explorer, but it's okay. Then they can join the waitlist. And yeah, that'll be good. Now we're going to try to get this working as well. A new error. And then we will have our SEC data. This looks like a very simple error. So I think we are going to be relatively happy with that one. Looks like it's the same error everywhere. Can you take a gander? What is going on? What is the? I think there's might be a bigger root cause for some of this stuff. What is the issue here? The SEC data structure is fundamentally different. Yes, that is correct. Yeah. Okay. That's totally correct. This is not something we will fix at this moment. This data is very different, and we need to take a little time to prep this page. Because there's going to be charts, sure, but there's going to be a lot more numbers with the financial statements, etc. So with that said, so today we worked mostly on the landing page. I'm probably going to go now. We spent some time kind of designing, thinking about what we wanted to communicate to the user. And we're showing our product is the idea. And they can kind of, the idea is you start with, well, our brief could help you find out what happens at these moments. Then you jump to the research. You ask how correlated is Apple, because you're interested based on the brief that we sent you with the graph. And then that maybe correlates with some either decision you make, or, you know, you are just happy with our tool and you have portfolio tracking. And that is what we're doing. And then the next thing is the data explorer. So yeah, that's what we did today. It was fun. Learned a lot about design, and now I'm going to go. So I'll see you guys later.